In his house in Rillier, Dead Cthulhu waits streaming.
You ever played D&D before?
No.
What kind of character do you play?
I play a cultist.
But you are a cultist.
I'm growing gills. Gills! My transformation into a deep one has finally begun. Father Dagon be praised.
Rob, we don't see any gills.
The coffee-drinking cultists who meet under the pavilion. I can bring them to you.
Did you not bring them to me within 3 days? Then you're back on the menu. Got it?
I'm Steve King, and I worship Nyarlathotep.
It's the cultists of the Yellow King.
We're being infiltrated.
It's like Twilight, but with a fish.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this very special live stream. This is our Friday night show, and I am so happy to have everyone who is new and has been part of this channel. Welcome to the first time we have ever streamed The Cultist Season 1 and Season 2 back to back, which we're going to be doing here tonight. And yes, as Andrew said, I'm seeing people, Andrew said, I feel like this is kicking off a bit earlier than the normal evening streams. It is, because it may take a bit longer than the ordinary streams. Each episode, each season of The Cultist is about 1 hour long. But hey, we're going to be taking questions and comments all night. We're going to have some members of the cast and crew. I'm the creator, the producer, and the co-writer of the show. So, you know, we're going to be going for an hour, a couple of hours or a bit more tonight. So I just figured we'd get started a little bit earlier. So how have we got here? First of all, let me go ahead and bring on Brianna. Brianna De Silva is already here. If you don't know Brianna, you should. She's been a regular on the channel so far. She is the other co-writer of the show, and she is also the director. Welcome, Brianna.
Hello.
Hello. So The Cultists, if you are not familiar, is our comedy web show about modern-day Cthulhu cultists who are just trying to worship Cthulhu in a world full of people who don't understand. And we shot 2 seasons of this, and for the first time ever, we're going to watch them back to back in their entirety on this show. Welcome, Brianna. Do you want for the people who don't know you, would you like to introduce yourself, Brianna?
Sure. Yeah. So as he said, I'm Brianna De Silva. I was the co-writer with Heath. He created the series, and he brought me in to co-write and to direct. I'm also just in general a writer and director, trying to create my materials to go on the adventure to Hollywood. Heath and I have kind of similar goals that we're kind of in a similar life stage right now. I have my bearded dragon Levi behind us right there. He is sitting on his rock, and yeah, happy to be here. I'm not going to be able to stay here for the entirety of the live stream. I'm only going to be here for about 30 minutes. But so if you have any questions for me, you better get them in quick, because I will be gone.
So what we will do is we'll watch episodes, and each episode is about 7 to 8 minutes long, and then we'll stop for questions and things like that as well. So Stray's here. I'm seeing Stray. 7xmas7. Welcome, 7xmas7. We've got Mute Donkey says, let's go. And I believe Mute Donkey said, this is my first watch through. So we've got new people. So we've had new people come in on the channel, and we need a break. We need a break from everything that's been going on for the past 2 weeks. I've got about 3 minutes worth of talking to do on that subject, because I have a new plan of attack, but then we're going to leave the licensing situation with the OGL, and then we're going to go right into the cultists. So Retro Nerd Girl is also here. Welcome, Retro Nerd Girl. Yep, this is a bit earlier, like Andrew was saying, but like I said, I don't know how long we're going tonight. I didn't want this to go, real late. So that's why I decided, well, maybe we just start a bit early and go ahead and get going. So Chaos Incarna says, started watching the series while I painted today. I take this as a sign from the Eldritch Gods to continue painting. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Retro Nerd Girl says, I am so impressed by this web series. It is nice to watch it all together like this. That's what I thought. It would be great to be able to do. Let's see. We got Tough Years. Cultist, best thing on the internet webs. I'm hoping for season 3. Yes, it is.
High praise.
We poured our heart and soul.
Season 3 too. Yes, we're right with you.
And season 3 has already been written. Our scripts
Yeah.
have already been written. They're about 95%. So we're going to be talking about that here in just a moment. So we're going to talk about that. Let me talk about the licensing situation very early on because I have a new plan of attack for the license situation. We do know that for the OGL license situation with Dungeons and Dragons and Wizards of the Coast, because we know that in the past, as Ryan Dancy, the original architect of the OGL, with who guided it through and was the vice president at Wizards of the Coast for Dungeons and Dragons, he explained how it protected their intellectual property and how they could disassociate themselves, how the original OGL could disassociate themselves with anything that they might find that Wizards of the Coast or Hasbro might find offensive in any way. Well, as you know, they are starting to claw this back, or they're trying. They're trying to claw this back, and we are not going to let them. Well, and as part of their new licensing arrangements, they want to be the arbiters of whether or not they will allow certain legal or illegal activity, and whether or not they will allow certain obscene activity or not. They are voluntarily taking this upon themselves to become the arbiter of that. So I posted the following tweet earlier this morning, and this is beginning to be part of an entire strategy on this. I'm going to post. So here is the tweet right here. WotC will revoke your D&D license for marijuana use? Appears so. They say they may revoke it if you engage in conduct that is illegal. Well, cannabis use is illegal under U.S. federal law. So it sounds like Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro should definitely clarify what their position is regarding cannabis use. So this may be something that is very important to a lot of people, and I do think it's something that Wizards of the Coast should address directly. So this has getting some attention on Twitter. I am going to post a link to that tweet just in the chat right now. So if you are on Twitter, I would appreciate your going to that link, hitting like, hitting a retweet. This is an important angle of attack. If they want to be the arbiter of, what kind of legal or illegal activity they will permit, then let's go ahead and have them answer some questions. So please hit that right there. And also this afternoon, they also said that if you post obscene activity, or if you are conducting obscene activity or involved in obscene activities, then they may also revoke your license. So we also need to address that situation. I asked this question earlier today as well. I said, question for Wizards of the Coast D&D. You state that you may terminate 1.2 license if someone is engaged in conduct that is obscene. If a licensee runs an OnlyFans, is that engaging in obscene conduct to you? And also, I want to know, how will you judge if an OnlyFans creator account is obscene or not? They have invited this by being the arbiter here. So I will also post a link to that tweet. If you think that Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro should address these kinds of situations, please do feel free to like, retweet, and let's bring this kind of information to their attention. I have a lot of questions that I was typing up that I would like to address to Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast executives regarding exactly what they regard as obscene and what they do not, many of which Hasbro executives probably do not want to see trending on social media when they walk into the office on Monday morning. That is what's going on here. So we have definitely very much been covering all of the legal avenues on this channel, what the legal situation is with the open gaming license, and we've covered that. But now we also need to cover the public concerns. And these are the kinds of public concerns that are going on. If they are going to be enforcing obscenity laws or obscenity rules regarding their license, if they're going to be the arbiter, then I have some very direct questions for them regarding that, like I said, executives at Hasbro who want to manage, say, their stock price or, their movie franchise that will be coming out in 2 weeks may not really want to have to deal with publicly on social media. So that is our new avenue of attack. So I'm going to leave those here. Those links are in the chat. You can check me out on Twitter. I have been writing scripts for YouTube videos involving this as well, and how to promote this on YouTube to try to get their attention regarding exactly what they regard as obscene. So, all right. That covers where we are on the licensing situation. I also want to point out that the Cultists, and Brianna has been heavily involved in the graphic design of this. We have a board game that is based on the Cultists. This is Ritual. This is the Cthulhu Cultist party game of spell casting and betrayal. And we have been trying to bring attention to this, and I'm hoping that everyone who is here on the channel will at least check this out. This is available on GameFound it's not live on GameFound right now, but this the page is up, and you can follow it on GameFound. It's got 1,192 gamers who are already following it, but we need a lot more activity surrounding this game in order to promote it. The link to that game is in the description, and I just put it on the in the chat as well. We're going to be talking a lot more about that as we go. And also, if you would like to sign up to be part of the playtest, you can get a copy of the rules. I'm putting the playtest. Actually, I put the link in there, but I should probably describe what it is. Saying this is the Ritual playtest rules sign up. And then this is also the Ritual board game on GameFound. So if you are interested, there is that. And then also, of course, there's the invite to the Discord server. I'm going to try to find other publishers to work with for this game. I've started to reach out about that. We're going to see, because some people have suggested that maybe we should launch this game at the end of February, because there are some important dates in the Lovecraftian mythos that surround like February 27th. I believe that has to do something with the communication with Yog-Sothoth. And so something like that might be a good idea. Things have been very busy around here because of the licensing situation with Wizards of the Coast. But I'm trying to get back on schedule. And so one of the big things is perhaps the Ritual board game. We've got miniatures sculpted for our characters. Here they are. We've got miniatures for all of the characters in the show. If you have not watched yet, you're about to become familiar with all of these characters. We've got miniatures. We've got the board game. There's a lot going on. Phew. So there is a lot happening on this channel. I know a lot of people may have discovered this channel because all of a sudden we were talking about the OGL, and that's an extremely important subject. It's impacting a lot of people, and we are still not accepting anything that WotC has put out. Or I am not anyway, and a lot of people aren't. So we're organizing on that again. But also, we are a constructive channel where we talk about creating things, including board games, and also the show that we were talking about. Because people like Brianna, other cast members may be stopping by. We are all creative people who are creating our own stuff. We don't just talk about things that are negative that are going on. We make stuff ourselves. So
roll up our sleeves and make things ourselves. That's right.
Yep, exactly. If something is not the way we want it, we don't endlessly go over things that we don't like. We just make our own stuff. Brianna, do you want to give any other introduction to the Cultists? Like, what would you say about the Cultists to somebody who is new coming in and wants to and is about to watch this?
The way I always describe it when I'm telling it to people is it's a mockumentary series in the style of, say, The Office, and it's about a bunch of people that are trying to worship Cthulhu and the other Lovecraft gods, and they're very bad at it. So they're trying to do a very serious cult, but they're not necessarily successful at being a very serious cult. So that's how I like to describe it.
And Brianna, I would love to have you more on this channel. She's been on the channel. If you're looking at previous videos that we've done and things like that, Brianna is often on here. Brianna and I make an excellent team because I'm sort of the writer producer and she is the writer director. So we work on the writing together, but I handle the production and she handles the directing. So it's a really good team.
We have similar outlooks, but a little bit different. Yeah.
So that works together very well. Dehi Draco says, I'm glad to have rated Heath's stream. It's a new cool thing I listen to every day. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love the work that that is put in. So yeah, we got rated about 10 days ago when I was doing a video game live stream, and it was awesome. Hey, Vision, welcome, welcome. And hey, Cranky Elder God, this is the perfect place for you, Cranky Elder God.
Yeah, you found your community, I think.
Stray says, Hobbit Smoke won't count. Old of Toby and Longbottom, they're Tabasco products. So yes, please do hit the like button and share. This is great. So yes, people talking about the language, hit those. We're going to be hitting that hard on Twitter and then also on YouTube, like I said, coming up. All right. Oh, Stray.
Thanks.
Excellent. Stray says Brianna's a badass. She is. She is. She absolutely is. Vision667 says tabletop RPGs, painting miniatures, news in the industry, and producing your own shows seems like a good mix to me. It completely is. All right. So I'm going to put us up on the side, but we're going to go through one episode and then we'll take questions and comments and things like that as well. So this is season 1 right here with the Cultists.
Life around the house has been difficult lately. Our son, Mike, has gotten involved in some things. And there have been a lot of questions about exactly what God he worships. It's causing a lot of tension in the family. For his birthday, I wanted to do something special for him, you know, to connect with him. And so I made him this birthday cake. But apparently it was all wrong. Happy birthday!
Mom, I don't worship Father Dagon. Dave and Rob worship Dagon. I worship Yog-Sothoth. No one gets me. No one listens to me. No one. If they did, they would know that I don't worship Dagon. Sure, I've been over to Rob's house while he's performing some of Dagon's rites. Helped out a bit. Never hurts. But I worship Yog-Sothoth.
You see, it seems like which god he worships changes every month. It is all very confusing. I am concerned about Mike's future. We've sacrificed a lot for him.
Ha! Sacrifice? You don't know the first thing about sacrifices, Mom. I'm the only one who's sacrificed anything around here.
We just want what's best for you, honey.
If you really cared about my future, then you'd let me sacrifice my little sister.
No, honey!
You have no concept of the blessings that the elder gods bestow upon me and this house.
You could become a doctor or a lawyer.
No, Mom! I'm not going to college. My researches are too important. And if you just let me dig up Grandpa...
I better not see you and your shovel within 100 feet of your grandfather's grave. Wouldn't you rather go to a football game with your friends instead?
None of my friends are going to the football game, Mom. The elder gods do not concern themselves with pigskin. Besides, I gotta save money.
What for?
You know what for, Mom. I've been talking about it forever. My plane ticket to Transylvania. There's this baron over there that I really want to study with. It'll be so much better than college. I vigorously pursue knowledge. See, my mind is a vessel. One day I will meet with Yog-Sothoth and join with him. And when I do, I'll give him my brain and all the knowledge that it contains.
If you are so big on accumulating knowledge, you could start by doing your algebra homework.
No, Mom. That won't help. Yog-Sothoth already knows algebra. I've learned something better than that.
If he knows algebra so well, why is he letting his top disciple fail algebra? Again. Can you explain that?
It's been rough lately. I mean, I've been a cultist of Yogg-Sothoth for a while now, but I got to thinking maybe Mom's right. I mean, I give so much to Yogg-Sothoth, and what has he done for me lately? I mean, I perform his rituals, I read his rites. Hell, I even sacrificed that Care Bear. And I still failed the hell out of that math test. God. But when I was walking home, there it was. It was foggy, and I got to thinking, foggy, fog, mist! Someone or something is calling out for me. The nameless mist. I caught some in a jar so that it can stay with me forever. Now I'm all about some nameless mist.
I just want him to be normal. I want him to have normal friends. I'm worried about his future. I thought maybe if he gets a job, that'll be good for him. Meet new people, discover new interests. But
I had a job. I started Cultist Lawn Care. No one would hire me. No one wanted me working in their lawn in my robe. I have to wear it. I'm in a cult. It's freedom of religion. I'm being oppressed. I'm filing a lawsuit.
What is this? Did you do this?
I thought it was a nice name.
This is not a joke. You can't name the nameless mist. Your time for sacrifice has come.
Mom! Mommy's trying to sacrifice me again!
Mike, stay away from your sister.
It's a sign. Yogg-Sothoth, please, I'm sorry for abandoning you. Please take me back.
I thought it was just a phase. He went through an anime phase, a ghost hunting phase, a coin trick phase. I thought it would be just like that. But I'm afraid this is my life now. And I am out of my depth. I am out of my depth.
All right. What do you think, Brianna?
I was just appreciating how, because it's like, you know, we've seen these a million times. So sometimes it's hard to see it with fresh eyes, but you and I started laughing at the same part. I feel like after having done 2 seasons, I want to say that that is his all-time best monologue, is that in the first season. Like, I think that's like the funniest one.
The monologue about the nameless mist.
Yeah, and he has a lot of monologues, but I'm like, you know what? I think that one is the creme de la creme. Anyway.
Peter is the guy who played Mike. And yeah, we gave him when we were writing, he's the one who does the expository dialogue, monologues. So he did have that. That was definitely one. The Care Bear, yeah, we cut that. I made that that altar, the Care Bear. That was an early idea. The nameless mist. I was hiding on the other side of the bed because we had a fog machine. Actually, the same fog machine I use for the wind down. Like, it's that fog machine to fill that up with fog. And that's what that was. But that was such a great scene.
I remember when we watched the dailies that day, because sometimes he would come around and watch them, and I remember he was laughing at that take too, the like weird things he was doing with his eyebrows. It's like that's a good sign that he's also finding it humorous. Like
that monologue also establishes so much regarding their lack of what's the word we should use, like logical thinking, because I mean that's a completely not logical line of thought, but it's the line of thought that they use as the cultists throughout the entire thing. So the Cthulhu pen, right? Yeah, they see. This is Building Persephone says the Cthulhu pen that on Mike is the pen of Yog-Sothoth. So the seal of Yog-Sothoth is on Mike's robe, and that's the same seal that is on the altar that you're going to see over and over again. So that was a pen that's available. I was very careful to be sure that every cultist had the right pen to represent the seal of their cult during the entire thing. And this right here is the Cultist lawn care hat. I tried to come up with a way to print this hat. This was just something that we made individually. So this is the authentic product, right? The authentic prop right here. And I keep it in the kitchen. So if you are watching dinner in a board game, you'll be able to see it. But I was trying to come up with a way to print this and actually make it something that people could have. But the actual, in order to replicate this, it actually goes outside the printable area on most people's, on all of the printers that I found, their printable area. So I couldn't actually make a cultist hat. So that sucked. But I will say, like, we should at least mention that if you go over to ravenkeep.net and you look for the cultists, I'll put this in the link. In the chat, the link in the chat, we do have the Cultist coffee mug, the Witch's Brew mug, both of which are takeoffs of the Starbucks logo, as well as actual Cultist coffee and Witch's Brew, and then also a Fish Do Not Drink Tea mug. So the Fish Do Not Drink Tea is also something that is coming up here in the show. And so if you go to ravenkeep.net and look for the collections for the cultists, I just dropped the link in there. I have all of these products in my living room, and I ship them out personally. But there aren't all that many of them. There are only a few dozen more coffee mugs left in both of them. So if you want them, I will ship it out to you. I actually shipped out a cultist coffee mug and a Witch's Brew mug this afternoon. So those are available.
All right, I was just checking on time and everything, so I can do one more episode and then I have to go.
One more episode? Okay. Yeah, people are talking about that poor Care Bear. Yeah, and how the way he just tosses it out of the way. The Care Bear is going to come back. The Care Bear is going to come back. All right, well, Brianna's got to go soon. Let's go ahead and go to episode 2. So let's go to episode 2 of season 1.
Yog-Sothoth, Astromon, Antarte. Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key. Yog-Sothoth is the guardian of the gate.
Dinner's ready.
Past, present, future. All are one in Yog-Sothoth. He knows when the old ones broke through of old, and he knows when they shall break through again.
Time for dinner.
Yog-Sothoth, Astromon, Antarte.
Hey, did you hear me? It is time for dinner.
Mom! I'm trying to commune with Yog-Sothoth here.
Yog-Sothoth's been trapped outside time and space for 10 millennia, son. He can wait until after dinner.
But I'll have to start over. And I've already used all my spell components.
You know better than to start these long and involved rituals right before dinner. Come on now.
You know, I don't really think too much about it. I know a lot of guys his age get involved with Yog-Sothoth and Cthulhu. Hell, I sure did.
Don't wear your hood at the table.
Where's Bella?
She is at a friend's house.
So she can skip dinner to be with her friend, but I can't skip dinner to be with Yog-Sothoth. Yog-Sothoth's my friend.
Let's ask the blessing.
Yogg-Sothoth, Astermin,
Lord, thank you for this food. Please bless it to the nourishment of our bodies, and our bodies to thy service. Amen. Honey, where's the salt?
I use it in my ritual.
Your fish friend is here.
Rob here, of the Esoteric Order of Dagon. I've been a cultist ever since I was first able to speak the first oath of Dagon to the darkness beyond my crib. But I do want to clear up some confusion. There are a lot of people out there who think that I'm part fish. That is not true. Yet. Every morning I check the mirror to see if I'm developing any fish-like qualities. I hope I am. I've done extensive research into my ancestry, and I can't find out who my great-great-grandmother is. I hope that she is a deep one, at the bottom of the sea, calling me home. But for now, I'll just have to wear a fish.
Necromancy has gotten such a bad rap. When you think about it, what could be more important? Tonight, Rob and I are going to try to raise a body.
If we can bring back the dead, I'm going to raise a whole school of undead fish.
What are you doing with that shovel? What did I tell you about your grandfather's grave?
But I can bring him back.
I don't care. Just let your grandfather stay dead. He will like it better that way. Why don't you two come into the kitchen? Rob, how about some sweet tea? I just made a batch.
Fish do not drink tea.
We're just going to worship at Rob's place, Mom.
Fine. Just don't be out late. Even cultists have school in the morning.
She'll come around. When I bring back the dead, everything will change. Do you have a shovel at your place?
Fish do not use shovels.
Okay. I have an idea.
So, how are we going to dig up the body?
Well, if we do this right, it'll dig itself up.
So this is where your grandfather's buried.
No, this is someone else's grandfather.
Why are we digging up someone else's grandfather?
Mom didn't say don't dig up someone else.
Oh yeah. Nice. I got this from Dave. He says it helps him communicate with the dead.
Dave communicates with the dead? How have I never heard about this?
You want to try it?
Let's do it. What is that? Oh.
Oh my God, Mike. I've never seen the world this way before.
You're about to see something you've never seen ever. For there be diverse sorts of death, some wherein the body remaineth, and in some it vanisheth quite away with the spirit.
Wait, what incantation is that?
Rob, you're distracting me.
Okay.
Sometimes, as variably attested, it dieth within the body. But after a season is raised up again in the place where the body did decay.
Now what?
Shh. I think
think I hear something. Yellow sign. Oh, God. I think you've opened a door to Carcosa. What? Did I use the wrong chant? Mike, I see our 8th grade English teacher. No, it's a giant snake. Yeah, it's Mrs. Cartland. Let's get out of here.
My first necromancy trial had some small hiccups, but I'm sure we'll get it right next time.
All right. Brianna, what are you... I know you got to go soon, so what are your comments on that?
The main thing I was just thinking about is that is another one of my favorite monologues, and it's like, I guess both of them with their first introductory one is like the one that shines the most for me. And yeah, when Rob comes in and just introduces who he is as a character, I feel like both those monologues kind of do the same thing. It's like the first time they're really talking to the camera and like really telling you who they are. And yeah, I just love
recording Rob's monologue. What that opening Rob's monologue was so special.
Mm-hmm.
He nailed it. Dax Rocker is the actor who portrays Rob, and he did just absolutely nail it. And he was so in character in Rob in that moment that even there's a bug. If you look at that, there's a bug that flies by in that monologue, in that particular take that we kept. And he didn't even notice. There's a bug that flies by through the screen, and he just stayed on being Rob. And Dax is so good at that. Now, Stray says, I love Dad. You want to comment on Dad?
Yes. He's kind of like the opposite to the mom. And you could say that perhaps it is his storied history with cults that informs the mom's paranoia around all that, because it's like things from the past coming back. But yeah.
Yeah. And Dad was one of the characters that we were going to cut because we were trying to figure out how do we shoot the show with the characters, things like that. We almost cut the Dad. Came very close. But then during our auditions, David Orange, who plays Dad in season 1, came and we're like, we have to have Dad again. We have to put him back in. That was the same way with Bella, the daughter. And so we were so glad that we because when David Orange showed up, we were like, we have to have him. So we put Dad back in because of that.
Because our original expectations for how good of a cast we were going to get were pretty low. We didn't think we were going to be able to find people. And so we were like trying to pare down the story to make it as doable as possible. And we were very pleasantly surprised at how many like awesome people auditioned. We're like, oh, we actually can do this the way we imagined it. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, we had a lot of amazing people show up, and that it all fed off of each other. When so many amazing people showed up for the casting call, we were like, okay, that means that we have to step this up. We have to everything get stepped up. That was so great. And you're at Stray comments. You just see the mom with more and more wine during the show as it goes on. Yes.
Have you paid attention? That is exactly what's happening.
You definitely see that. Chaos Incarna says, Yogg-Sothoth saving people from the effects of too much salt in their diets. Yeah, right. Yes. Be prepared. Let's see. I love that scene. Chaos Incarna says, the dead fish comes alive and starts slapping his face. I love that scene. Now, this one also had the night scene. This is we were planning on having 2 night scenes. When we wrote the scripts, we had 2 night scenes. But this is the only night scene that made it in. And it turns out that doing night scenes is so complicated. So the night scene at the house, there were 2 different night shoots that we had to do. The night scene at what is Mike's house. And then when they go to the graveyard, that's in my backyard. And it was so cold. It was dark, so we were shooting at night. We had to run extension cables to get light to simulate the moonlight. That was such a thing. And it was so cold that night. I felt so bad for everybody trying to shoot out there that night. But that scene where they are coming out of the house and you hear Rob mumbling stuff, and which wasn't necessarily scripted, mumbling, something, whole school of undead fish. I love that line because that's so Rob. What is Rob concerned about? A whole school of undead fish.
All right, I think I'm gonna have to sign off now. It's been awesome coming in as much as I could. I wish I could stay for the whole night, but
if we're still streaming when you come back, join back. But enjoy time with the family.
Yes.
Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here at the
Thank
start
you.
of this, Brianna.
See ya.
I hope that everyone, or I hope that at least the Lovecraft Africandos recognize the incantation that Mike is using in order to invoke the dead, because that comes directly from the story An Inhabitant of Carcosa, which is written by Ambrose Bierce. And that was the first literary appearance of Carcosa. We talked about that quite a bit. The references, I hope that the people who are really steeped in Cthulhu mythos lore appreciate that, because that comes from the very first ever literary reference from of Carcosa, and that story was actually written in 1886. So we made that reference. So I this is a comedy. It's definitely a comedy. It's a mockumentary. But I had written this. I had at first started to write these scripts because I was writing the Journey 3 of Sorrows role-playing game and what that was. And that was an extremely serious and very dark Cthulhu mythos story, right? But as you're writing something very dark and serious, you end up with a whole bunch of notes that, about jokes you could tell. And so I had this list of jokes that I could tell, and I just kept them in a notebook. And then as I was sitting there one day at a bar, just, at a bar having a beer, I was like, I wonder if I could try to start putting this into a script for a web show. And so The Cultist is actually what came out of that. I wrote a bunch of it, and then I sent it to Brianna. I said, I've gotten as far as I can go. What would you add? And so we ended up with the first season scripts. Yes. So everybody's saying, have fun to Brianna. I wish she could stay longer, but she's got family stuff to do tonight. But if you look back on the show, on the after parties and stuff like that, Brianna is very often with us. Chaos Incarna says, to me, I get a touch of Clerks vibe. I really enjoyed that style. I mean, the first one, especially not the third one. LOL. I don't know much about that. I would say the Clerks was not especially an inspiration for us. The Office certainly was. I was very familiar with The Office, and so I wrote it with The Office in mind. At the time, I had not seen Parks and Recs, and Parks and Recs was definitely something, however, that Brennan Martinoni, who is our director of photography, was familiar with. So Brennan was definitely familiar with Parks and Recs, and I believe that if you're familiar with Parks and Recs, you will see the Parks and Recs kind of camera style in this, because he was definitely aware of that, and that was a big inspiration on him. So the writing side, as far as the mockumentary goes, the Office was a big inspiration. From the cinematography side of things, Parks and Recs was. So there we go. All right, let's go to episode 3, season 1, episode 3. If you have questions or comments, put them in. I'll come back at the, I'm going to be right here, but I'll answer questions and comments as we go. I was the creator, producer, and co-writer of the series.
Being a cultist around here is really free form, casual, low pressure. We got a lot of guys that worship different gods in their various ways, but we still try to get all the local cultists together, forges connections in the local cultist community. Everyone is welcome. You can just watch if you want. You don't have to worship anything you don't want to worship.
Sometimes we get really strange characters around here.
Cultists? Is that what they are? I thought they were some sort of drama club.
Yeah, I've seen those guys around. I've been thinking about joining a cult myself. Sometimes you've got to shake up your spiritual practices in order to get some results. But my wife would disown me. She's a Baptist and I'm a Methodist. She thinks that's a cult.
Am I scared for my safety? No.
Would we raise our kids Baptist or Methodist? or in service to the elder gods. You see, it can never be.
Of course I checked again this morning. And I still don't have gills, but it's fine.
Oh, dude. Oh. So, I'm Dave. I'm a cultist. I'm down with Dagon, but I also do a little bit of casual Cthulhu worship here and there. I'm also in a band.
What are you doing?
Oh, it's our secret cultist handshake. Yeah. We made it last week. I was thinking we could teach it.
No.
Okay, so who else is coming? This is all of us.
All of us. This is just our gaming group.
We do need to do more community outreach. Try and bring in some new blood.
Yes, but if no one else is coming, then let's just get to it.
What are we supposed to do?
The same thing we always do. Complain about how hard it is being in a cult to the only people who understand. How's the cult of Dagon going?
It's the esoteric order of Dagon.
Oh, right. Sorry. So, how is it?
About the same. We've never really recovered from the defeat of the Philistines.
Yeah, I know. It'll get better, though.
Dude, this would be a sick place to bring the band, bro.
No! We've done our cultist meetup here too many times. This place is like sacred now. You can't mix cult life and band life, Dave. It's like sacrilege.
Is this the cultist meetup?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Come to hang out?
Please, sit down.
No! No way! We can't just let some strange cultists show up.
Guys, please accept me. I have nothing else. I brought some snacks.
He's brought an offering.
Oh, all right. You can sit down.
So, what exactly is going on here?
I want to join the esoteric order of Dagon.
Oh my god! You're gonna need a bigger fish. Give me this.
Why?
You're just not ready for it yet.
Okay.
I am so glad to have been here. Now I have someone to take under my fin. I'm gonna teach him everything I know. If you could become a fish, that would be amazing. Then I could command you with my mental fish powers.
So does everyone here worship the old things?
There are no old things. My 6th grade gym sock, that's an old thing. It's elder thing. And they're the greater gods. The old ones.
Oh, I could totally worship the elder ones.
No. Again, there are no elder ones. Elder things and old ones. Basic cult stuff here.
Don't worry, dude. The old ones don't throw lightning bolts. You want some coffee?
I don't drink coffee.
You sure? It's cultist coffee.
Cultist coffee?
Yeah.
What makes it cultist coffee?
I'm a cultist and I'm drinking it.
Oh. Then I'll have some. I like it here so far. It's just there aren't many girls. Thought there'd be girls here. That's my only criticism.
All right. That's a great episode. I got several. I was taking notes about things to talk about, but if you've got questions or comments or things like that, let me know. Andrew says, unrelated to the show, but if you like Lovecraft references, Alan Moore and Jason Burroughs jammed 12 issues of the comic book Providence full of them from Avatar Press, maybe 5 to 10 years back. Not for children, though. Very intense comments. I'm not familiar with it. I don't know if Vision is intending to invoke Dave here, but Dave, yes, I love Dave and how he appears in here. Sky did a fantastic job of playing Dave. Yeah, free pie, cake, and ice cream might break in more people. Maybe. A cranky elder god says, now do you see why I'm cranky? We had so much. We actually originally had the place in the park where they were supposed to be was very different from what it ended up being. We were someplace else, but actually it was so cold when we were trying to shoot this original scene, whatever the original scene. Brianna was responsible for the scheduling of all of this. Whatever the original park scene we were trying to shoot, we were going down to another picnic table with the park, but it was so cold that we had to come back up to that pavilion where there was an electrical outlet so we could plug in a heater. So that's why that pavilion became the Cultist Central headquarters, because we just had to shoot there because it was so cold. So that's, we had another place scouted out for what was supposed to be their hangout. But that's why that became that. You did see me, so there I am. That was Steve. Steve showed up here, and at the end of that, if you look at by the way, I should say that all of these episodes are available as individual episodes on my YouTube channel. So you can find the entire Cultist Season 1 and Season 2 by episode on the YouTube channel. So if you're looking for it later, you can find them all there. But so if you look at the individual episode, I'm credited there as Steve. We put Steve's name in there because Steve was originally one of the Cultists group. But as we started to kind of pare things down as far as the story goes, Steve kind of got left out, and a lot of Steve's lines got given to either Mike or to Rob, as was appropriate. But this other person got credited as Steve, and I showed up. So I show up as Steve again in the second season. So that's awesome that I showed up in both of them. That was Steve's initial debut, thinking about becoming a cultist. And then, of course, Steve shows up in Season 2. The scene where Rob was crying, he's like, I still don't have gills, but I'm fine. And then you cut to earlier that morning. That was something that Brianna and I thought of as we were headed to the set that day. We were like, wait a minute, I got this idea for something that could happen to Rob. And so she and I wrote that part into the script and then gave it to Dax to perform. And then later when we went to the house, and that house, by the way, is a Airbnb that we rented, because I was trying to find friends of mine who would let us shoot in the house, and I couldn't find any. So we had to end up renting an Airbnb in order to shoot at Mike's house. I mean, we could have shot at my house, but as you can tell from the scene behind me, and also probably seen from Dinner, a Board Game, my house doesn't look like a typical suburban house that like Mike's mom would live in. So we couldn't shoot it at my house because it just wouldn't have looked right. It would have been fine to shoot it at my house. We ended up later using my house for Shay and Acantha's cottage. So you'll see my house at Shay and Acantha's cottage. But we had to find somebody else. So we ended up renting an Airbnb, and the person was like, yeah, you can definitely shoot at our house. So that's an Airbnb that we rented to shoot Mike's house in. You will see one of the things that was very early on was that idea of the cult of Dagon and the Philistines. And of course, you see the Philistines represented in Rob's outfit, his costume, because he's wearing a toga, all of that going on. So he's representing. I love that line. How are things going? Well, we've never really recovered from the defeat of the Philistines. I mean, that's a long time to recover. I love that line in there. Another thing that had come up was that we have originally, when we wrote this script, when Brianna and I had written the script, we had anticipated that everybody would be younger, that like Mike and Dax are in high school. Excuse me, Mike and Rob are in high school. So we'd actually anticipated everybody being younger. And originally, we'd even cast a 16-year-old to be Mike. And he was very enthusiastic. He understood, he knew Lovecraft. He knew Charles Dexter Ward. Charles Dexter Ward, obviously Mike's character in this is based off Charles Dexter Ward. And so the guy who was the actor who we had cast as Mike originally was, I believe, 16 years old. And he was extremely familiar with Charles Dexter Ward, and he was very excited. But there were a number of problems, though. First of all, he was out of state. So he was a minor. So he was only 16 years old. And there are rules regarding how you can shoot with minors on set, right? How many hours a day you can shoot with them. And so there was that issue. So in retrospect, that probably wouldn't have worked because we shot all day. And because Peter, who now plays Mike, is an adult, he can shoot all day and it's no problem. But if you're actually working with minors on set, you can't shoot all day. There's a limit to that. So actually, in retrospect, trying to have the main character, Mike, be represented by a minor character wouldn't have, a actor who was a minor, that would have been a major obstacle. He was also out of state. So I was trying to bring him in from out of state, but he also didn't drive. Like, I thought that would be fun. Like, if I were a kid and I were 16 years old, I would love to, hey, I'm going to be part of this web show. I'm going to drive. But he couldn't drive. He didn't have his driver's license. His mom would have to drive him. So his mom was going to have to be with him. And his mom wanted a hotel room. And I was like, oh, my God, the expenses are just, racking up here. I can't do all of that. And then the actor who was that actor, 16-year-old actor, was also got some type of role in some kind of commercial. And his parents were really eager for him to be able to get commercial roles and be part of a union. And so they were like, hey, we're already kind of committed to your show, but we've got this union shoot coming up, and that could get him into the union, and it's for this kind of commercial on a particular day, and so we've got to be there, and so there's all this additional complication. And so ultimately he decided, listen, I want to go do the union shoot. So rather than doing our show, he did like a one-day shoot to try to get into a union. I have no idea whether he did that or not. So as a result of that, I was like, okay, well, now what's that? And that was very, very soon to starting the shoot too. We were like maybe 2 weeks out from starting the shoot, and I was like, oh my God, I've lost my main character. I'm the producer of this show, and I'm going, oh my God, the actor who's supposed to. So we were having to reshuffle everything. So I went to Brianna, who's the director, and I was saying, like, how do we shuffle this around? Because originally, Peter, who plays Mike, was slated to play Ben, right? Peter, who you see playing Mike, was slated to play Ben. And then we had the younger actor who was supposed to play Mike. But Peter made a major play. He was like, give me Mike. I want to play Mike. And so ultimately, because he really wanted that role, Brianna, as the director, decided, all right, we're going to give it to him. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to recast Ben. And so we recast Ben older. Okay, this is Glenn Payne who plays Ben, right? And I love it because, when he gives that line, when he says, I've got nothing else. If he were a 16-year-old kid, you would read that line differently. But since he delivers that line, I've got nothing else. And Ben is older, man, it reads differently. And I really like that. Yes, Vision says, look at the donut powder all over his face. They did that themselves. That was so much fun. They did that themselves. And actually, Peter didn't even realize that he had like the chin strap. I mean, he was rubbing the donut all over himself, but he didn't even realize he had the kind of chin strap, as we call it now, on. You also see that Rob is drinking from a drinking horn there. Originally in the script, he was supposed to be drinking from a seashell. I was wanting to find to get him a seashell for that, but I wasn't able to do that. I was not able to find any type of seashell to have Rob drinking out of. But instead, I did have this drinking horn around the house. And so I sent him the drinking horn instead. And now it's become very iconic Rob. And I really appreciate that. Elder Gods Like Donuts. Rob's drinking horn has become iconic. has become very iconic. Right. Elder gods like donuts. Sky had it all on his beard. It was absolutely the case. Cranky Elder God says 2 million is the old 100,000. Yes. So, oh, hey, Dearmas. Harry Dearmas, it's good to see you. Good to see you here. All right. So, the Sugar High. Oh, by the way, I just love the scene at the end of that when, I love the scene at the end of that when, Ben is like, the only problem he had with what happened there was that, man, I thought there would be more girls. I love it. I love it. But there'll be more girls. There'll be more girls coming in. So, all right, let's go to episode 4. Oh. Here we go.
Ben has really jumped in and gotten his feet wet. He has done a lot of outreach. He found a couple of cults around town with a lot more girls in them. But I'm not really sure if we need that around here. But Mike says community is really important. Something about the cultist life being really hard for him when he's going at it alone. So we're here to meet the first cult today.
Where's Dave?
He said he's at band practice.
They're supposed to be here by now.
I don't like it.
How'd you get there?
Sorry if we surprised you. We're with the witch cult of Azathoth. I'm Shay.
Acantha, delighted.
Are you from like the 17th century?
What century is this again?
The 21st.
Right. I'm from that one. They seem pretty new at this, but they're nice. I think they have the right heart.
I've never seen cultists like them before. Or smelled them either. What's with the fish?
The girls are weird. I like weird. Weird's cool. I'm glad Ben found them.
I'm not. So you're witches.
We are indeed.
Do you like cast spells on people?
Yeah. Every full moon, we dance naked in the silver moonlight when we cast our spells.
Really?
No.
Oh.
So we are doing yoga in the park today. You're welcome to join.
Do our cults do yoga?
No, cults do not do yoga.
Well, ours does. There are warlocks in the witch cult of Azathoth. If you wanted to join.
Oh, okay.
No, he doesn't want to join that.
Well, suit yourself.
I'm in.
I bet Father Dagon will let me do a little yoga. I don't know why Rob thinks this is a big deal. These girls are amazing, and I think they like me.
I don't like him experimenting with other cults like this. Father Dagon has everything he needs. Fish are not flexible.
Yes, they are.
They are. They are. You know about fish. Ben, more yoga. Down fish.
That's downward dog.
It is now downward fish. I guess he can do more yoga if he wants. It will make him more flexible and fish-like.
I never done yoga before. I thought it's good to try something new. I was wrong. Oh, sometimes it's bad to try something new. Very bad.
All right, so that was the end of episode 4. And let me point out again that, man, when we shot this original series, and this was several years ago now, man, we shot it in the time when it was the coldest that we have here in this, we're in Alabama, when like the coldest that we had in Alabama, man, it was cold. We actually had to stop shooting. We had to call a day of shooting because it was so cold. Like it was that everybody was freezing. We had to get everybody off of set. And I mean, that's a big thing when you're like, all right, everybody go home. You schedule all this time. Then you're like, oh my God, go home because it was so cold. But then even when everybody showed up to shoot this day, we shot this episode in all one day. It was still so cold. And Brennan, who is the director of photography, who was running the camera and is also our main editor, he was like, man, I've had to do so much color adjustments on this in order to get just the red and the magenta out of everybody's skin because everybody was so cold as a result of it. Between every take, the girls were running under a blanket and like a whole sleeping blanket, sleeping whatever you call it, all blankets and stuff like that. All of these blankets and things like this were right off camera. So every time we would wrap, everybody would run up under blankets. It was so cold. Brianna was wearing like a blanket. She was directing this episode under like a blanket and this major hat and stuff like that. And Brianna was running around trying to direct this episode. It was so cold. One of the things that I didn't realize that was missing that just seemed so obvious is that the witches do not have brooms. The witches don't have brooms. Like, why don't the witches of Azathoth show up with brooms? They should have brooms. In season 2, we fixed that. I didn't even realize that because I'm also in charge of the props. Not only am I the director, excuse me, not the director. Brianna's the director. I'm the producer, the co-creator, the creator, and the co-writer. But I handled heading up the props department. And we should have had brooms for the witches. So we fixed that in season 2. I love that scene where Mike is talking about, man, we need some women here. And then, or, some additional women. And then Rob's like, I don't want them around. I love that scene. Cass Incarnate says, not very witchy without the dancing nude with Satan around the bonfires. Well, that's exactly what they're making fun of here, right? That's exactly how they're leading these guys on. Well, Vision says, I can only imagine what people thought as they walked by and saw you guys filming. And that's really important because we're here in rural Alabama. So, here in rural Alabama, they don't really understand, Cthulhu and making a show. Like, that's not really something they understand here. So that was definitely an issue. A couple of times we had pizza delivered so that we could have pizza during lunch. And I actually think that the pizza guy thought we were actually a cult. That, wait a minute, this is actually some kind of cult that's going on here. It's like, no, dude, this is not really a cult. This is a show that we're shooting. So, right, that's definitely been an issue here. In my backyard, because I told from season 2, we shot in my backyard. So I put the gravestone marker. We made the gravestone marker. We put that in my backyard. We shot, actually, there was another scene as well that we'll see later in season 1 that we shot in my backyard. But later, my neighbor my across the street neighbor came walking across and wanted to have a very serious conversation with me about what exactly we were doing. And, because the people in witch hats and the robes and stuff like that, that person wanted to have a very serious conversation with me about what exactly was going on in my backyard and what that meant. So I had to explain to that person that, oh no, we're not actually like worshiping Satan or anything like that. This is a comedy web show. We're doing this for YouTube. I mean, that was definitely a thing. And that was also one of the reasons that we had to come up with the Airbnb for Mike's house. Because I had some other people, like I had some friends, I was telling them, listen, we're looking for a place to shoot Mike's house. And they had, suburban houses that would have looked great as Mike's house. And I was like, can we please shoot at your house? And I had several friends tell me, no, that you cannot shoot a show like this here. Like, my wife does not like it. My family does not like it. You're trying to shoot a show about, a cult and being involved with like the occult stuff and stuff, which is not. This is a comedy show. But I had several people tell me that they did not want this shot at their house because of how demonic or satanic or involved with the occult this is. So I was definitely dealing with that. I mean, I'm here in rural Alabama, so we're dealing with all of that here. And that was definitely a factor in trying to find places to shoot. It absolutely was. Mute Donkey is like, yeah, haha, it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. And Vision says the HOA won't allow it. Right. Yeah. I mean, that was a major concern. I mean, you would think that this is a comedy, it's a mockumentary, it's whatever. But when you're here in rural Alabama, there are people that had a problem with it. The city itself, we're in this park that we're shooting at later when it comes down to season 2, the city itself started to get involved. We'll see how that goes with season 3, if we get to do a season 3. So that was a major factor. It was absolutely a factor we're dealing with. People are not used to shooting. People are used to shooting web shows in rural Alabama, and they are not used to cultists, comedy cultists in rural Alabama. Yeah, well, I mean, it could be. Mute Donkey says that needs to be part of season 3. Could be. It could be. It's been something we were fighting with. Absolutely. All right, let's go on to season 5. Episode 5, excuse me. Season 1, episode 5. If you have comments or questions or things you notice, let me know in the comments. I'll address them at the end of episode 5.
So we're meeting another cult today, but they want to meet close to the woods for some reason.
We missed you yesterday, Dave.
Oh yeah, sorry man.
Hi. You're the other cultists, right? I'm Carrie.
I'm Sherry.
We're the cult.
We know who you are.
Oh. Cool. You're from the,
Fertility cult of Shub-Nagorath, yes.
We're about to have a worship service. You should totally come.
Worshipping Shub.
Oh, yes.
Sounds dope. Well, Dagon mind if I worship 2 gods?
Actually, nah. I mean, I used to be with all sorts of other gods. Just, will there be any yoga?
No.
Cool. I'm down.
I'm not. It smells fishy.
That's just you, Rob.
I'm out of here.
Just this way.
What is that?
The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young.
Where are the 1,000 young? Are they coming?
They will emerge.
Dude, this is hardcore.
Aya, Shub-Nagorath. Hail the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young.
I don't know about this. Are you kidding? This is amazing. These girls really understand being in a cult.
Aya, Shub-Nagorath.
I didn't sign up for this. Ah!
Cower before the black goat.
Ah, Dagon! It's okay, baby. Be strong.
Aya, Shub-Nagorath.
Oh, yes! I love this cult. Again! What is wrong with you, Mike? Oh, Aya, Shub-Nagorath. What are you going to do with us?
We're going to eat you.
Yeah! No! They do not mean in the good way.
I'm not ready to die. Ouch! You got pepper in my eyes.
Let them go! What are you doing? Here to save you!
Yes, Antonio, you're my hero.
Repent! Repent!
I'm sorry, Father Dagon. I will never forsake you again.
You have to get out of here. Go! I don't need saving. This is the best part of my life. Oh, that was intense. That was the most intense worshiping ever. So much better than yoga.
What a bunch of dumbasses.
But at least Ben has learned his lesson and will not stray from the fold of Father Dagon again. The fish fold.
That was way too much community. I think I've had enough now.
All right, so that was episode 5. There's a lot to talk about that. Mute Donkey says, my HOA says we're not zoned for cultists. That's a clear discrimination. Yeah, right. So that's what was going on here. Now I'm out here in the country. I live in the country. I live in the country of Alabama. But that's kind of what we were looking at. Vision asks, when was this filmed? A couple of months ago or years? No, this season was filmed in 2021. This was filmed in very early 2021. So season 1 was filmed early 2021. So a long time ago. Long time ago. I'll tell you why we started filming this when we get through season 1, but like what my overall grand strategy is, because you know that I've been writing film scripts and been talking to people out in Hollywood. And so I'll tell you what the whole strategy is at the end of season 1, then we'll go into season 2. But yeah, this happened at early 2021. We actually tried to shoot it in late 2020, but we weren't able to do it fast enough. We were trying to organize to do it, but it didn't come together fast enough. So we ended up having to shoot it in early 2021. Cranky Elder God says, you're just confirming just about every bad stereotype from Alabama. Well, maybe, but you know what? There are a lot of people here in Alabama, and I found generally across the South, that are involved in tabletop gaming and, are involved in fantasy and who enjoy all of that. We've got the network here, but the other elements of that are definitely present. I mean, there are the elements that are present. Chaos Incarnate says, that looks like my teenage years. Yeah, and then Chaos Incarnate laughs about a foam noodle. And so if you go to, let me make sure we look this up, because we'll put all these links up again, but that's why you can get Rob with the foam noodle. Oh, wait a minute. I got the wrong link. We put together this whole social deduction party game based on this show. Here we go. And like right there, ritual. I had sculpted a miniature of Rob with his foam noodle and his trident. And then I want to be able to give that free if you back the project out on GameFound. I love the foam noodle. I was like, how can we fight and still be able to have that? And it was the foam noodle. So I had this sculpted. And that's actually what I've been painting. I got them all laying over here. But, when I started painting, there he is right here. Let me go solo for a second. I've got the miniature. There we go. I've got the miniature sculpted, and I even had them 3D printed. I mean, we've got miniatures of the cultist, people. I mean, this needs to be a big thing. I mean, how often in the tabletop community do you see a web show with miniatures and a board game? Not very often. On Sunday, we're going to be painting miniatures again, and I'm going to finish painting these guys up. This has just got started. But I mean, man, guys, that's something we've got to have. That's why I'm talking to different publishers. So like, man, we need to have publishers on this, because this is going to be great. Galahad the Pure. Exactly. Yes. Let's see. Texas representation. Chaos Incarnate says, what you just saw as episode 5 was actually the very first day. Whoa, my God. I got to back that up. But what you just saw was the very first day of filming ever on the Cultist set. The very first day that we ever shot anything, it was that, episode 5. We shot all of episode 5, season 1, episode 5 in a single day. That was the first time I had ever been on a film set. That was the first time Brianna had ever been directing anything. That was the first time our costumers and anything else had ever been on set. That was the very first day we had ever done anything like that. We showed up and we shot episode 5. That was the first day on set. So what you saw right there was the first time the Cultist had ever been shot. That's what we shot. We shot that with what I call the battle scene. That was the battle scene. It was the very first time we ever shot it. And I was so nervous about it because I mean, it's like, oh my God, there are a million things that have to go right. Because I mean, of course, I was very clear that I wanted everybody to get paid. So I paid everybody on set. All of the actors got paid. All of the actresses got paid. The production manager got paid. Brianna was getting paid as the director. The director of photography was getting paid. We had, food on set. I mean, this was a paid operation. I was very clear about that. Nobody here was operating just by their goodwill, right? Just, oh, well, hey, let's just do a fan production. I have always paid everyone who's been part of Ravenkeep Productions. So so I was like, oh my God, we got to get this done. Everybody's going to be there. We've arranged everybody's schedules. It's this day. We got to shoot this entire episode this day. And we did get it done. And it was such a celebration when it was done. Brianna and I came back at the end of the day. Brianna was staying at my house. Brianna was living elsewhere, but she came down and stayed at my house for several weeks while we were shooting the show. Now, it didn't take us several weeks to shoot the show. It took us 14 days to shoot the show. But as far as come down to my house for several weeks in order to get the show done, production of the show took 14 days. But at the end of that, we were like, oh my God, maybe we can actually do this. We just had an actual production day. We shot everything that we were supposed to shoot. We got it done. We went through the dailies. Everything we wanted was in the camera. We don't have to reshoot anything. We have the show. We can start to do this stuff. Now, we had already shot Dinner and a Board Game. We had shot Dinner and a Board Game in 2020. The first season of Dinner and a Board Game was shot in 2020. So we had some experience shooting a show, but we didn't have any experience shooting a scripted show. So we came back together in 2021. I brought the whole crew back together. We shot that episode as the very first time we'd ever tried to shoot a scripted anything. And it was awesome by the time we were finished. So Retro Nerd Girl says, you did an outstanding job, everyone. Everyone did. Yes. Thank you, Retro Nerd Girl. I think they're not getting enough credit here on YouTube because every one of these episodes is available for free on YouTube, season 1 and season 2. So we need to get the word out about the Cultists because I think it's epic and that the whole cast and crew isn't getting the amount of acknowledgement that they should be getting, right? Well, no, they were paid. No. Absolutely wrong, Chaos Incarna. They were paid in money. Absolutely. I know you're joking here, but no, they were paid in money. I paid out of my pocket to make sure that everyone was paid in money, right? Not just experience. No, everyone was paid in money out of my pocket in order to produce the show. I was very clear about that. No, they were not paid in experience. I did not believe in that. I did not want people to be coming just to get, hey, do you want exposure or anything like that? I do not believe in that. I paid everyone in money, US dollars, out of my own pocket to produce the show. Absolutely. So that's what's going on. So this was the first episode. This episode was supposed to be shot at night. Thank you, Chaos Incarna. Very, very good stuff, man. This show was supposed to be shot at night. In the script, that whole scene where they were captured by the cult of Shub was supposed to be at night. But we realized that, hey, Brianna and I can write, hey, this takes place at night in the script. But then when you're actually trying to produce it, that's a different situation because this was out in the forest. There was no way to run extension cords to reproduce moonlight with the lights or anything like that. So we were like, okay, forget it. This is going to have to be done during the day. So that was one scene that we had in this original script was to be at night. But screw it, we were having to do it during the day. Now, the actress that plays, you already saw the actress that plays Shay. She was one of the witches of the cult of Shub, the one that's the black witch of Shub. We had originally slated her to play Sherry, which was the main cultist of Shub. That got swapped around when the actor who was 16 and was a minor got moved out and then Mike got moved in. And I'm glad that happened because, if we had had a minor actor like 16, as in 16, playing Mike, and we've got this BDSM relationship going on with the cult of Shub. It was probably better for it not to be an adult like witch here. So we shuffled things around. Peter moved in, an adult, to play Mike. We've got the BDSM sort of idea here with Sherry. The actress moved in to play Sherry. Rachel moved in to play Shay. So we shuffled that around. Rachel has been on the show as part of General Geekdom. You may have seen her. So that was the shuffle around. Now, that black goat of Shub that you saw, the black goat of Shub, that was a surprise to everybody who was part of the art department, because I was also head of the art department for as far as props and costuming goes. And we needed a black goat idol. And we're like, okay, so that was written in the script. And like, what have we got to do? We got to have a black goat idol. And Carol Stewart, who later was the production manager for season 2, she was part of the art department for season 1, but she moved up to production manager for season 2. But as we were working on this, she was like, she was part of the art department, and we were like, she was thinking, hey, the black goat idol needs to be something about like this big. Like that's what we need as far as a black goat idol goes. But I had seen this concrete black goat idol, or it's not an idol, but a concrete black goat statue at a hardware store a couple of months before. And I clued in on that, and I go, my God, that is a goat statue. That needs to be an idol. And so I drove about an hour and a half to a specific hardware store that had that goat statue, and then we painted it to become the black goat of Shub. And there is a video on the channel about how we painted the black goat and made it into that. But let me tell you, that thing is heavy. That thing is heavy. That statue right there is solid concrete. Man, that thing is heavy. So it took several people to get it into my truck, to get it out to the park, and then several people to get it out of my truck. And then we had to haul it into the woods and then put it there. Because originally, according to the script, the black goat idol is sitting up on something. But it was so heavy, we couldn't get it up on anything because that thing is solid concrete. I still have it at my house. The black goat idol is in my backyard under my porch. So as far as, in case some paladins show up, I was going to put it under my house with some candles, but I was afraid that some paladins might show up, think it was an idol to an actual dark god, destroy it and kill me. So I don't do that anymore. But the black goat idol is definitely still in my backyard. Dermis Loner says, really, it's a great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, the lighting is a big deal. Could do campfires if it's allowed, but in the woods and fire, right. Yeah, and I mean, having fire on set is another big thing. Like if we were to light a bunch of campfires and have fire, I mean, that would be another big thing to think about. Like, do you want to have open flame? Which you only start to think about when you're a producer like I was on the show. Like, do we want to have open flame? Is that something we want to be dealing with? It's a concern. It becomes it becomes a thing. Stray says, I carried gear and was the bounce for lighting for a year, and it was a lot of work. Learned a lot. It absolutely is. You do learn a lot. Vision says, what's the target audience for the show? I hope it's board gamers, people who like the Cthulhu mythos and who are interested in board gaming, because especially in season 2, we start bringing in a whole lot more tabletop gaming references and playing Dungeons and Dragons. That's in season 2, which we're going to watch here. So I hope that it is tabletop gamers, role players who like the Cthulhu mythos. I hope it is. Chaos Incarna says, Stray took 2 years of television production in high school, was an amazing experience. It is so much fun. I mean, I'll talk about what my main strategy is for all of this production here is at the end of season 1. But Chaos Incarna says Cultist. Yeah, like the Cultist. If you're a cultist out there, and if you read some of the comments on season 1, because like I said, season 1 and season 2, each individual episode is available here on YouTube on my channel. You hear from people who say, no, I am a witch of Azathoth. I'm a cultist of this. And you'll see that in the comments. So if you're part of that, well, then this is for you. It might be, Vision says, it might be worse if they find it under the porch. It could be. But it's still here. It's under my porch. under my back porch, the black goat of Cthulhu, a black goat of Shub, rather. All right, let's go. I need to add this back.
You don't mean.
Here we go.
Most
Okay,
intense worshipping
I
ever.
screwed up.
So
But
much
here we
better than
are
Yoda.
to episode 6.
What a bunch
I'll
of
be right back.
dumbasses.
So here's
But
episode
at least
6
Ben has
coming
learned
up,
his
season
lesson
1.
and will not stray from the fold of Father Dagon again. The fish fold.
That was way too much community. I think I've had enough now.
Fortunately, my fish was safe and sound.
Whoa. I've never had a nightmare like that. What do you think it means? I think someone's trying to mind control you.
Wait, you don't mean...
I do. That night at the graveyard. You said you saw the yellow sign.
You think the cult of the Yellow King is here?
Who's the Yellow King? And what's the yellow sign?
He is a king who even emperors worship, ruling from dark and lost Carcosa. The ultimate gift his cultists can give him is a city. And what city would be a brighter jewel in the crown of the Yellow King than our own great town?
His cultists mark their victims for mental torment with the yellow sign.
Oh! Look! It's a yellow sign.
No. It's just a church flyer.
But it's yellow, and it's a sign.
You'll know when you see it.
Keep your eyes peeled. Their agents could be anywhere.
You want some cereal?
No.
How about some eggs instead?
No. No! Get that away from me!
One fish, two fish, red fish, yellow fish.
Hey man, can you toss that back? No, it's not! Bad sign! Bad sign! For the last 3 days, I've been tormented by the color yellow. Who knew there were so many yellow things in this world? Their cult has gotten into everything.
Mike is right. They are after us. So I've called an emergency cultist meeting to deal with the issue.
Where's Dave?
I don't know. I told him to be here.
Just gonna have to start without him. It's getting bad, guys.
Yeah, their cult is everywhere.
Where are they coming from? We were the cult of the Yellow King. Where would we meet?
There!
You two, stay here and stake out that bench. We need to know everything that happens there.
How do we do that?
I don't know, just be inconspicuous.
Where are you going?
To get Shane a canth. We need backup.
It moved.
What's up, guys? Sorry I'm late. Band practice kind of took a while.
All right, so that brings us to the end of episode 6. And generally speaking, across the crew that created this, including Brennan, who was the director of photography and running the camera, people generally thought that episode 6 was the single best episode arc in season 1. So season 1, episode 6, that was a great arc. So we see some people. All right. So Vision here says, Vision, coming from a non-cultist perspective, maybe some exposition might help me understand some of the jokes better. Well, maybe that is a flaw with what's going on here. See, the yellow bit is going over my head, but yeah, it's the cult of the Yellow King. The Yellow King is a major bad guy in Lovecraftian lore. And so for some reason, they, got the idea that they had seen the yellow sign during the necromancy trial at the grave. And originally, when we had written this in the script, you would have actually seen the yellow sign at the grave. But then we realized we can't do that because this is a mockumentary style. So you're not actually going to be able to see, you're seeing what's actually happening. You're not seeing through their eyes. So remember, they had taken the hallucinogenic, and then what did they see? I saw the yellow sign. So they get in their head this idea that, oh my God, the cultists of the Yellow King must be after them. And so that's what, whether or not that's true or not is something that's left kind of open, right? But they certainly get in their head that the cultists of the Yellow King are after them. Yes. And Stray's like the pulling up the robe and running. Yes. And one fish, two fish, red fish, dead fish. That they're just interpreting all of this stuff that they are seeing and the color yellow, like even some eggs being handed to them, as something that is, has great meaning, that the cult of the Yellow King is after them. Let's see. Right. McDougal says, what's up? What's this stuff? Well, welcome. This stuff, this is The Cultist, which is the comedy web series about modern day Lovecraftian cultists who are just trying to worship Cthulhu in a world full of people who don't understand. This is the show that I created, produced, and co-wrote, and we are watching all of the episodes and doing commentary on them. So this is our comedy web show that we are going through here, episode by episode, and doing commentary on. When the bump sign, like, I don't think that was in the script. We realized, hey, wait a minute, we got this big sign that says bump here and it's yellow. And I think Glenn actually hurt his hand when he slapped that sign. Right. And so we added it in. And then Brennan, now, if you're wondering who our director of photography is, now, if you go back and watch some of the after parties, our live after parties when these shows were originally airing a few months ago, Brennan, you can see Brennan in some of the after parties, but he is also on the screen in that episode that we just watched. The tennis player, that's Brennan. That's the guy who is our director of photography and is most of the time running the camera. He wanted to be the tennis player. He wanted to be on camera, so we let him be the tennis player. And then Dax, the guy who plays Rob, was actually running the camera at that moment when he was there. And that yellow bench that we've got, the script, when we were doing location scouting, when we were doing location scouting, the script was only about 80% finished. And so we were trying to scout different locations, including the park and houses that we were trying to rent with Airbnb and stuff like that. We did extensive location scouting to understand what the location would be before we had people show up. The scripts at that point were about 80% finalized. And when we were at the park and we saw a yellow bench, we were like, oh my God, that has to be where they think the Cult of the Yellow King is going to show up. So the presence of that bench actually influenced the scripts. We were about 80% done with the scripts, Brianna and I, when we were doing location scouting. Well, we're not going to get into it too deep here, McDougal. I'm not sure if Hastur is the Yellow King or not, but certainly in traditional lore, Hastur is the Yellow King. We never in this use the word Hastur to ascribe to the Yellow King. I would not. Personally, I would not. And when I've been writing Cthulhu Mythos lore for RPGs, I don't explicitly say that Hastur is the Yellow King, although in a lot of places, people do say Hastur is the Yellow King. I would not. But I've got other reasons for that, but we're not going to go into that here. But yes, traditionally it is. Yes. All right. Well, Mute Donkey, we'll see you later. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. See you later. So that was episode 6. And then we lead right into episode 7. So here we go. Season 1, episode 7.
Dave's band has been infiltrated by the Yellow King. But I can exorcise him. It won't be pretty, but it's for his own good.
I didn't know. I swear. Don't you think this is a little over the top? By the power of Father Dagon! Oh.
Hey, I brought... What are you doing?
I'm purging him of the influences of the Yellow King. I'm not with the Yellow King. I'm with you. I swear.
Better do a bit more, just to be safe.
No, wait! Oh.
Probably good now.
So, this is pretty serious, huh?
Very serious.
What happened at the bench? Never moved.
Some people sat there,
Who? I don't know. We didn't pay attention to that.
but there were 4 dog humping incidents.
Yeah, we watched that.
So what is your plan? You don't have one, do you?
Not yet.
Well, there was the bench thing.
What are these?
Teriyaki chips.
Sea lettuce algae, sea salt, octopus powder. Little disciple, this is not a snack. These are the material components for summoning Cthulhu.
So, this is the plan. Summoning Cthulhu?
If we had Cthulhu on our side, the Cult of the Yellow King wouldn't stand a chance.
You know how to summon Cthulhu with snack chips?
Oh, yes, of course. As a leading member of the esoteric Order of Dagon, I am very familiar with Cthulhu. Beneath the waves, Father Dagon and Mother Hydra lead all deep one kind into the worship of great Cthulhu.
Whoa, I didn't know that. When did you learn that?
It is learned after taking the second oath of Dagon. Very advanced and not for the faint of heart. Come! I will show you.
Can I get the...
I just don't think this is how Cthulhu works.
Disciple, I need you here.
Okay.
Wizard Priest, I need you there. And, Dave, right there. Bring forth the seasoned offering. Ho! Ho! Ha! Oh, ha! Shabada! 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 Oh.
I just don't want to say anything. Rob does not take criticism well. Maybe we should just see how this plays out.
Great Cthulhu! Cthulhu! The time has come! We summon you!
Shout louder! Maybe he's in deep thought.
Or on the toilet!
Or on a journey!
He's not on a journey!
Louder then! He must be awakened!
We're trying! Nothing is happening. Ben, we need more chips. Ben, where did you get those chips? At the 7-Eleven. I don't want to go to a dance club.
Guys, is this the best way to summon Cthulhu?
No. We don't need more snack chips. This won't work this way. I know what we need to do. Follow me.
All right. So that was episode 7. And, you know, scenes like this, like, let me tell you, if you're shooting something like this, even if it's a web show like this, clarity and understanding what's going to be on the scene is so important. So when we open the scene, Dave is tied to a tree, and that was what was described in the script. But here was, you lose time when you have a difference of vision between like the producer and the director, because like Brianna was directing, I was the producer, but I was also responsible for like making sure the scenes were set up. So I was like, if there's a scene if Brianna is working with a scene with the actors over there, I need to be setting up the next scene. So for instance, with this Dave being tied to a tree, I had in my mind that Dave would be standing up. Brianna had in her mind that Dave would be sitting down. And see, that caused a lot of confusion and a lot of loss of time on set. That like, how are we going to do this? No, that doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. No, if we do that, we can't do that. Wait a minute, because I had in my mind that Dave was standing up, and Brianna had in her mind that Dave was sitting down. And so there was like a controversy on the set about exactly what was happening. If we had something like a storyboard, we would have worked that out in advance, and that would have been a big thing. So even little things like that, are you sitting down or you're standing up, can make so much time and so much effort take place on the set. It's absolutely the case. And people are bringing up, it was another extremely cold day. It was below freezing when we were shooting that scene where Dave was tied to the tree. Absolutely. And Stray is saying he took that like a man. Cold day, colder water. And Vision says, did that water bucket in the cold, poor guy? Yes, it was below freezing, and we almost didn't do it. We almost didn't do it because it was below freezing. We had towels like around there immediately to get to Sky to towel him off because it was below freezing. And but he was like, let's do it. I mean, Sky, that's why we call it the Leon Sky School of Acting, because Leon was like, let's do it. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. Bring it. Let's do this. So we did. Yeah, so you did water the bucket, that cold guy in the cold. Yes, we absolutely did. But then immediately after Brianna called cut, we raced in to Leon with towels in order to dry him off. And we only had one shot at that too. And there was a mental obstacle with Dax, Dax, the guy who's playing Rob, to throwing the water bucket. And so we only had one shot at that, because after he gets wet, we can't dry him off to a sufficient degree to shoot another take. So we only had one shot of that scene. And it was so cold, we're like, okay, we're going to do it, but we're going to be ready. And then we're going to handle him with the towels as soon as that gets hit. And then we did it once, and it came off beautifully. It's exactly the one take is exactly what you saw on screen. So when it came down to it, all of the actors came together. They did that one shot. It was freezing, actually literally below freezing that day. The shot was taken. Leon was also like, slap me, slap me, slap me. And so, and that came off. That whole scene was done in one take after some practice. It didn't include water, but like, all right, we're actually going to do it. It's so cold. There's water. Let's do it. And that one take is what you see on screen. The idea of the teriyaki chips being able to summon Cthulhu was something that I had seen on Facebook, because when I was talking about a bunch of stuff that I had taken notes on that could have put together the show, when I had a whole bunch of different notes, I had seen a friend of mine post the ingredients of teriyaki chips. And he said, look, I just saw these ingredients of these teriyaki chips I'm about to eat. And he had photographed it, and then he had listed the ingredients of teriyaki chips, and he'd said, this sounds like the ingredients to summon Cthulhu. And I was like, oh my God, that sounds like a great joke. So I added that into my my notebook, and that became that joke. So that's why teriyaki chips can summon Cthulhu. You can see that how cold it was, like in general, on that day, because when Acantha walks up, she's wrapped up in a blanket. And then also Shay, she is wearing a heavy coat. That's not part of their costumes. It was just that it was so cold. This was like the coldest that we had in 2 years here in Alabama. And we're trying to shoot this. And so that's why they're wrapped up in a coat and a blanket when the witches show up, because they were so cold. I felt so bad for everybody, especially that scene where we did the yoga. I felt so bad for everybody. I hope you've gotten the biblical reference. You got the biblical reference, right? That whole scene, there are actually several biblical references throughout the entire show. And you know what? You know the show True Detective? I'm wondering if people are getting the True Detective reference. I don't want to give the True Detective reference, but there is an extremely, what should be obvious and direct, and it's a very direct True Detective reference. The first season of True Detective, I love the first season of True Detective. I love it. And there is an extremely direct reference to the True Detective season 1 in this show, and it has direct bearing on whether or not the cult of the Yellow King is real in the context of this show. I don't want to bring that out, but within the context of the show, you should be seeing a direct True Detective reference, and that has bearing on whether or not the Yellow King is real. But the biblical reference, Elijah, the prophet Elijah and what happens with Baal, Brianna and I love biblical references. Brianna and I make a lot of biblical references in the kind of things we write, which includes this. So that scene that we just saw was a deliberate reference of of Elijah and the prophet Elijah and his dealings with the prophet Baal. Like the quotes that come out of that, the dialogue that comes out of that is very directly biblical. So when you've got Shay and Acantha that are mocking the cultists for trying to awaken Cthulhu in this way, you will read a direct parallel in the Bible between the prophet Elijah and his making fun of the prophets of Baal, trying to awaken Baal in this way. I mean, it's extremely direct. It's almost the dialogue is basically word for word between Elijah and Baal, Elijah and the prophets of Baal, and Acantha and Shay, and they're trying to bring Cthulhu up. Those chips. Yeah, look for those chips. They're out there. But then it actually took a while for me to find, because we could have faked it, but it took me a while to get teriyaki chips. I was expecting to just be able to go buy teriyaki chips, and I couldn't. But they're actually teriyaki chips that are on screen, but I had to order them for a lot more money on eBay than I would have liked. So they were eBayed in. So they're not only is the whole idea that they are teriyaki chips and that summons Cthulhu, but what is on screen is the teriyaki chips that summon Cthulhu. Now, there is also the joke about the 7-Eleven when Ben says, I got him at a 7-Eleven. And then Rob says, man, I don't want to go to a dance club. That is real life for me. That's real life for me. That's based off of a real life incident. Because here in Alabama, we don't have 7-Elevens. Do you have 7-Elevens where you are? Let me know in the comments. Do you have 7-Elevens where you are? I don't have any 7-Elevens where I am, but it's a convenience store. But I had heard of this thing called a 7-Eleven. And then after I was done with my graduate school, I went down to Tampa, Florida, to work as an instructor at the University of Central Florida in Tampa. And so they did have 7-Elevens there, but I was very much confused about what a 7-Eleven was. I was excited when they got 7-Elevens down here. I was really excited. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to a 7-Eleven. And so I got dressed up. I got on my party clothes. I got on the clothes to go to a club. And then I went down to the 7-Eleven and I realized it's not a dance club. It's actually just a convenience store. So I got really dressed up and I went to a convenience store. That's why this joke came in. So I had seriously misunderstood what a 7-Eleven was. I thought it was a dance club. I got seriously dressed up to go to one when I was down in Florida, and turned out to be very different. So that's how that joke got in here. So people mistaking a 7-Eleven for a dance club. BGD says 7-Eleven exists in Washington State. 7-Eleven and Wawa here outside Philly, also outside Washington, D.C. Yeah, well, see, okay, but they're not here in Alabama. So I don't know. I have no idea how it got in my mind that a 7-Eleven was a dance club, but it did. But I was like, oh my God, I'm here in Florida. I'm going to a 7-Eleven. So I got dressed up and I was seriously disappointed when I got there. Oh, well. So that's what that joke has to do with. All right. Let's go to episode 8. Here we go. Season 1, episode 8.
You can't just summon Cthulhu out of nowhere. He has to really know you first. He has to know that you're one of his own. Cthulhu didn't appear to us because he doesn't know us. We worship Yog-Sothoth, Dagon, Azathoth. We have to show him that we're part of his cult. But how do we do that?
Gentlemen, I have had this book a very long time. Maybe it will help.
What is it?
It is the Encyclopedia Magica. It has a passage on the rituals associated with Cthulhu. Listen. The cultists of Great Cthulhu often worship him through depraved and orgiastic voodoo rituals, performed as an indescribably grotesque mass of naked human abnormality, braying, bellowing, and writhing in the moonlight.
That's what we should do.
We'd get to see each other naked.
Or you could keep your eyes closed.
Imagine worshiping Cthulhu with Sherry.
To do this, we are going to need a greenstone idol of Cthulhu.
Yes, Ben, you may speak.
I can make it. I majored in art for a semester.
Great. Ben, you're on idol duty.
Now we just have to find a place to worship.
I got this.
Hey, Mom! Can I have a party tonight?
You want to have a party?
Yeah.
Like a football party?
Yeah. Pigskin. Exactly.
Yes, of course. Whatever you want.
Bingo. Hey. Oh, I missed you too. So we're worshiping Cthulhu tonight. You should come. I mean, if you want to come. When I say come, I mean attend. So you'll be there? Great. What are you doing?
I'm in a cult now.
You wouldn't know the first thing about being in a cult.
Yes, I do. You dress up in fish clothes and say weird words. Yog Socks mom party. Yog Socks is the gate. See? Now I can come to your party.
No. You're not in a cult, and you're not coming to the party. Hey, Ben. Did you bring it?
Yep.
He's got a knife.
Yeah, it's Cthulhu with a knife.
Ben, Cthulhu does not have a knife.
Why can't he have a knife?
Well, who would make it for him? Cthulhu's like 10 stories tall. His knife would be the size of a streetlight. Change it. Change it. I swear to God. I'm trying to worship here. I got Cthulhu with a knife. Oh my God, what are you wearing?
It's called going undercover, man.
Jeez, you scared me for a minute there.
Ah!
Sorry.
What is that?
Just something I like to use when I worship.
Well, hi, Dave. How nice of you to join us.
Dude,
I know. The band.
You've not been further compromised by the Yellow King, have you?
No, Cthulhu, no.
We're all here, right?
Almost.
Almost. Who else is coming?
Oh no. You invited her?
Yes.
So important.
I just pretended like I was praying the rest of the time.
You want to hear a Cthulhu joke?
You can't joke
Funny.
about
I laughed, but I
Cthulhu.
was kind of nervous.
Oh,
I couldn't get up.
good?
They all got up. And
Probably heard it before anyway.
And I was like just laying there.
It is an old one.
It looks like
So, do you do a lot of man-lady Cthulhu worship?
I've done plenty in my day.
What about man, lady Cthulhu worship?
Yeah. From time to time.
I've done man, lady Cthulhu worship. Totally done that. Just without the lady. Dude! Wait. I've done that before. That's just by yourself.
Alright. Remember to do a lot of bellowing, braying, and writhing.
Like this?
No. Like this.
That was very good. Now I'll give you a reason to bellow and ride.
Please don't. No eating.
Okay. It's enough. Let's start the chant, okay?
Time for downward fish, little disciple.
I am so excited that he is partying with his friends. I feel like he has finally turned a corner in his life. What are you wearing?
I'm in a cult now.
Just like in the woods.
Even better.
Thank you, Mama Stop!
As I was saying, this is good. This is very good. I'm going to surprise him.
No one wants to touch your fish.
Mom! Whoa, I'm grounded for life now. But worth it.
All right. So that was the end of episode 8. So yeah, Vision backs me up that, hey, a 7-Eleven does sound like it could be a nightclub. It does, absolutely. If I were to start a nightclub, man, I would probably call it a 7-Eleven. And that way, when you get all dressed up in like a sequined, vest and everything like that, and you show up, you don't realize that, oh my God, I'm at a gas station. You're actually at someplace nice, right? Yeah, I think so. So yes, Vision also says the bear still sacrificed. The Encyclopedia Magica is a in-universe document that I created for the Journey to the Tree of Sorrows world that's part of the RPG. So if you're looking at the Journey to the Tree of Sorrows YouTube channel, then you will see excerpts from the Encyclopedia Magica, including excerpts that were read from in this episode, in this last episode, because I wrote the Encyclopedia Magica as an in-universe text in the Cthulhu mythos, and it included such things as the Cthulhu sacrifices. And so that's the text that Acantha has in this and that she's explaining and she's reading from. So I've actually written a lot of the not all of it, but a substantial portion of the Encyclopedia Magica, and it's on the Journey Tree of Sorrows YouTube channel. I'm hoping that those books will be published by Infinite Black sometime, because I've already written them. Are those goldfish crackers? Yes. And now Megan Pecco at the time, now Megan Martinoni, because she has married the director of photography, is the one who created all the costuming. She was the director of, she was the head of costuming. And so she was sewing together all of the, like what they were all wearing and the gold for fish crackers and things like that. Oh my God, Andrew Pearson is here. Andrew Pearson is the guy who owns the house, who owns this Airbnb. So Andrew Pearson owns the house that we are in, that you see Mike, that we use as Mike's house. So everybody say hi to Andrew Pearson, because he is the guy who allowed us to shoot in his house as an Airbnb when I couldn't find any other place to shoot this show. So everybody, please say hello and thank you to Andrew Pearson, because he is the one who made it happen. And he says, cool house, haha, because it's his. Is season 3 coming soon? Such a great scene. Season 3 is written. Brianna and I have written season 3 to about 95%, but we've got to come up with a way in order to fund it. We've got to come up with a way in order to raise the funds in order to shoot season 3. Season 2 is so much better in every way than season 1. We're getting to it. We're going to go through season 2 here on this channel, on this stream. And we want to be able to do season 3. Season 3 would wrap up our story, and we think we can do season 3 even better than season 2. I mean, we could really throw down with season 3. Everything would be better with season 3. And I'll tell you our strategy with that when we get done with season 1. Stray says, I love how they interchange the elder gods with like God in Surprise. Yes, exactly. They do that. Chaos Incarnate says, a nightclub with Slurpees and nachos. That's exactly what we need. You show up at the 7-Eleven, get dressed up. It's a dance club. We got music going, but there are Slurpees. You want to eat something to eat and drink? We got Slurpees and nachos. That's exactly what we should be doing here. I love, there is so much cool stuff in Andrew's house. And we incorporated that into the story of the entire show, because, like, for instance, when they're sitting there in the living room and there's the topless hula dancer, like, who put the topless hula dancer in the living room? That has to be something that Dad had. So, you can start to put together the whole, backstory about how all this goes together. Is the topless hula dancer in that episode something that Mom had, or was that something that Dad had? It must have been something that Dad had. Absolutely must have been. With the can't attend, do you want to come? And by come, I mean attend. Unfortunately, we had to explain that joke to some people on the cast. We did have to explain that joke to some people. when you look at the Yog-Sothoth altar, see, these are the details that you should be looking at. When you look at the Yog-Sothoth altar, you're going to see those orbs that are Christmas ornaments. You've got Christmas ornaments over the altar of Yog-Sothoth because it's the orbs. It's the orbs of Yog-Sothoth. So we intentionally incorporated, we were like, how do we get orbs? When Carol, who was part of the art department, Carol and I were walking around going, how do we get orbs over the altar of Yog-Sothoth? So we were wondering, and then we walked in, and it was near Christmas, and I went, oh my God, look. And you've got Christmas ornaments, and I was like, oh my God, Christmas ornaments need to be the orbs of Yog-Sothoth. And there was a scene written, which didn't actually get shot, but there was a scene written in which Mike is using his grandmother's Christmas ornaments, like his grandmother's Christmas ornament, heirloom Christmas ornaments, to decorate his altar of Yog-Sothoth. That didn't get shot, but the implication there is that those Christmas ornaments that are decorating the altar of Yog-Sothoth for orbs, they're heirloom Christmas ornaments. Let's see. Oh, see, Chaos Incarna and Vision are shouting out to Andrew Pearson. Oh, and Stray even says, dude, you are a legend. Welcome. Oh, Andrew says, haha, fantastic. Someone gave me that for free. The Hulu dancer isn't, it's actually Sailor Jerry. Ah, okay. Well, that particular hula dancer has come up so often because we're like, it's there. How do we incorporate it into the lore? That has come up so often with Brianna and I. It absolutely has. The Cthulhu with a knife, that was something that I wrote down because there was some type of Kickstarter campaign that had something to do with like Cthulhu-like creatures. And one of the Cthulhu-like creatures had a knife. Now, my business partner at the time, David LaRocca, a very hardcore Cthulhu fan, had been told by a friend of his, you got to back this campaign. Look at this miniature, and it's like a Cthulhu-looking creature with a knife. And David's response was, Cthulhu doesn't have a knife. Like, what is that? Like, if Cthulhu had a knife, it would be like 10 stories tall. It would be the size of a street. You know, Cthulhu's like 10 stories tall. It would be the size of a street light. That was something that my business partner told a friend of mine we need to teach him to back a Kickstarter campaign. And I wrote that down. I was like, oh my God, that's great. Cthulhu is 10 stories tall. If he had a knife, it would be the size of a street light. And so I put that into this script intentionally to kind of to poke David a little bit. That, you know, this is Cthulhu with a knife. So this right here is the original Cthulhu statue. I'll go, let me go solo here. So that way you can see. So this right here, Carol sculpted this. I've talked about Carol before. So Carol sculpted this sculpture as a deliberate kind of spoof of the H.P. Lovecraft drawing of a Cthulhu idol. So this is the original Cthulhu idol from the series. But I had this replicated by somebody who is a 3D sculptor in, like, you know, 3D digital sculptor. So I had this replicated, and I've got a company who can reproduce this as a foam sculpture. And that's part of the Game Found campaign. If that goes well enough, I'm still trying to figure out, like, we got 15 people here. We need more people to be able to do a Game Found campaign in order to raise enough money to to fund the board game and do a season 3. We need more people than that. But I've got this ready, and I've been talking to manufacturers about how could we reproduce this as a foam object so that everybody could have the actual authentic prop, a replica of the authentic prop that Ben made. So I would love to do that. But this is the actual prop from the show right here. And you can see right here, this right here, that's where that knife went in, because we made a knife with a toothpick and a piece of paper. And that way the knife would go in, and that way he was like, hey, look, it's Cthulhu with a knife. You can see him with it. And then if he needs to break it off, I had like 5 or 6 different knives that could be added in there. That way, when he breaks it off, we could do multiple takes. So we had that. And I would really love to be able to produce the foam Cthulhu idol from the Cultist to everybody who had it. Vision, who wants it? Vision says, good rum. Andrew Pearson says, thanks, appreciate this. And then also this right here. This right here is the authentic squid prop. This is the squid prop. Then we're talking about when Shay said, this is what I use when I worship. This is it right here. Now, these props generally sit in my kitchen, and when you're watching the show Dinner and a Board Game, you can see the props, the authentic props from the Cultist in the Dinner and a Board Game show. So this right here, you can see something's happened to it. So that's going to come up later in the show. But this is the authentic prop that is the Cthulhu squid idol that Shay uses when she worships. All right, so let me see. What else do we have here? Oh, no. So that's the first time. That's another time the witches show up, and you're unsure whether or not there is magic there, right? Maybe the witches are magic because they kind of pop into the situation, into that scene there. This orgy scene. You know, Brianna and I, and we're talking to everybody, and Brianna was directing this orgy scene. We're like, all right, we got to shoot this orgy scene. We're going to shoot it up here in the scene, you know, in the house. Nobody has to do anything they're uncomfortable with. You know, it's not like we show anything graphic or anyway. But Brianna was having a meeting with the entire cast. All right, this is the orgy scene. This is what's going on. This is what we've got to do. We need to have braying and bellowing and people like moaning and things like that. But nobody, you know, touch anybody or do anything that they're uncomfortable with as this orgy scene goes on. So that was going on. If you listen to the general hubbub, and there was so much that was shot there that I wish I could find and release, because when you're listening to people talking, when the camera focuses on people talking, you can also hear a lot of other conversation of other people around, and the general hubbub that people came up. We just let people go with that. We were like, go with the general hubbub. What would your character say? You know, you hear like one of the scenes, like I think one of the witches asks Ben. You know, Ben says something like, "Now I worship Dagon," and then like the witch points at his fish on his head. Now it goes, "Now is that Dagon?" Like, I mean, there's so much that goes on. We just let them run wild with the general hubbub, and it is so funny. And I hope you noticed Ben's slimy fish. I mean, excuse me, not Ben, Rob. Rob's slimy fish. When Rob is sitting there in the orgy, and then you look at Rob, and Rob is like moving his hand up and down his fish, and his fish is all slimy. I hope that you've noticed that. Right, yes. And then Vision says there's also, right, that comment about like when mom is coming up and you hear this conversation, listen to that conversation. And Ben says something, I forget exactly what it is, but then you clearly have Rob, you hear Rob say, "No one wants to touch your fish." So there is so much that the cast ad-libbed in that orgy scene that I just love. There is so much of that. And then, of course, when you see Bella in her cultist outfit, she's got a fork instead of Rob's trident. So obviously, Rob has gotten to her in some way. So we were implying that Rob had gotten to Bella in some way, and she's holding a fork instead of a trident. So I hope everyone picks up on that as well. This was such a fantastic scene. Actually, I think we shot this. We didn't shoot this at night, but this was another scene that was supposed to be shot at night, but we had to black out all of the windows to make it look like night. And then we turned off all of that because we were like, okay, so it's actually not night because it was still light outside. And there were windows in that room in Andrew's house we were shooting, but we brought stuff to black out the windows so that it would look like night and it wouldn't look like the day. So there was a lot. I mean, there was, until you start, I don't want to overstate how complicated the Cultist is, because it is just what you see. But on the other hand, when you get into it and you start trying to make something like this, man, there's a lot of complication. There's a lot of complication. So I'll talk about why I'm practicing with that at the end of this season. Vision says, I thought it was a fade to black thing. I couldn't see anything over the stream. Well, there's stuff going on in the black. Now, we actually cut some stuff out. There was actually more stuff. So there is a lot of black, and then you hear people's voices and moaning and stuff like that going on in the black. But when we were shooting it, there was definitely stuff going on in the room, even though it's in black. All right, let's go on to episode 9.
We have to become so devoted to Cthulhu that when we summon him again, he will not be able to help but hear our call. Then we'll be able to run the cultists of the Yellow King out of town. Okay, let's brainstorm. How can we get Cthulhu's attention in a big way? Yes, Ben.
Maybe you would just send him a very nice dinner invitation, like with his name on it and everything.
Ben, Cthulhu does not respond to dinner invitations.
Why not? Has anyone ever tried?
Who would mail it to him? Do you have his address in Relier?
He's sleeping. How would he read it?
Well, just write it down anyway.
No, we do not need to write it down.
Please?
Okay. Dinner invitation. What else we got?
Shouting?
We tried that already.
Write it down?
Okay. Shouting.
Foghorn.
Yes. That is louder than shouting.
Blowing the foghorn with a searchlight right over Rillier.
Like a Cthulhu bat signal.
But then we'd have to go all the way to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Acantha, is there anything else in that book there?
Let me see. Is this. Those most dedicated to Cthulhu's nihilistic cult will sear the brand of his dragonesque and cephalopodic visage into their flesh. Often in a ceremony on the moonless night of the Lunar New Year, and witnessed by the god's wizard priests who smear themselves with the blood of their sacrificial victims. Of special significance in this ceremony is the chaotic rhythm beaten on drums of human skin by feral drummers, who are wholly given to whatever barbaric and animalistic impulses are buried in the recesses of all human minds.
That's it. That's what we need to do. Burn his brand into our flesh.
No, don't write that.
Don't worry, Ben. You don't have to get branded if you don't want to. If you're not fully devoted, you can be the drum.
Okay, Cantha. Can you read that passage and make sure we have everything?
Those most dedicated to Cthulhu's nihilistic cult
That's me.
will sear the brand of his dragonesque and cephalopodic visage into their flesh.
Got the brand right here.
Often in a ceremony on the moonless night of the Lunar New Year.
My mom won't let me out at night anymore. So we'll just have to be extra dedicated. I'm gonna heat the brand extra hot.
And witnessed by the god's wizard priests who smear themselves with the blood of their sacrificial victims.
Sacrificial victims.
Where's that Care Bear, Mike?
No Care Bear this time. This time we got a rotisserie chicken.
What about the blood?
We'll cover it in barbecue sauce first.
Oh, yeah. Cthulhu will never notice.
We might get hungry later.
I don't know, guys. This may not work either.
We can't stop now. We're already in far too deep.
Right. Okay. Of special significance in this ceremony is the chaotic rhythm beaten on drums of human skin.
That's you, Ben. Ben?
No.
By feral drummers who are wholly given to whatever barbaric and animalistic impulses are buried in the recesses of all human minds.
Oh, feral drummer. That's me. I love playing the drums. And I'm totally given to animalism. Take off your toga, Ben.
In his house in Relie, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming.
Great Cthulhu. I pledge myself to you!
Cthulhu Fatagan.
All right, so that was the end of episode episode 9. On to episode 10. Sky Vodka, yes, it's out there. Absolute Vodka, there is all of that as well. Definitely different kinds of stuff. Vision says there were a few down there that I recognized from my time as working at the liquor store. So yeah, I thought it's funny that the first thing they recommended was the dinner invitation, and the dinner invitation is what stays up there the longest on that board. It's a particular book of geography, because my geography professor. I was a geography professor. There's a particular old geography book that I've got over there that stands in for the Encyclopedia Magica. But we have another quote from the Encyclopedia Magica, which I had contributed to the Journey Tree of Sorrows, which is used here to with regard to this ritual right here. So another one of those quotes. The branding is what occurred in my backyard. So that not only did that night scene with the graveyard, that was my backyard, but during the day, that branding sequence, I think it had something to do with also cold weather, because that way we could bring people into like the bathroom or into my house and things like that if they needed to warm up, which we weren't able to do at the park. We decided to move that whole scene to my backyard. So you're seeing that in my backyard as the branding scene. And that's what caused my neighbors to go, hey, what's going on? What are you doing? Are you doing something like satanic or something in your backyard? So that was the scene that caused the neighbors to take notice right there when we did the branding. Peter, who played Mike, hated the barbecue. So, we see the smearing the barbecue on the face and everything like that, because the barbecue is the replacement for the blood. They were not big into that. But they did it, and we got it done enough to get those scenes taken on. Stray says, you made custom brands, right? Well, okay, so let me tell you about the brand. Because the brand of Cthulhu, if you go over to the Journey Tree of Sorrows YouTube channel and you look up the brand of Cthulhu, or probably if you just look up the brand of Cthulhu on YouTube, you're going to see my hardcore, professionally narrated description of the brand of Cthulhu. Okay? And that's going to be written. It's going to be on the Journey Tree of Sorrows YouTube channel. So David LaRocca had created a very serious brand of Cthulhu for to go along with that very serious ritual of the branding that I wrote. So that information is paired there. So that was very serious information that we put together and is out there on YouTube. But then I didn't want the very serious brand to be something that was going on with Mike here, and Mike and Rob. So what you're about to see is the brand of Cthulhu here is a deliberate parody of the serious brand of Cthulhu that's part of the Journey to the Tree of Sorrows mythos and their lore. So that's what's going on there. No, Chaos Incarnate says, did he prefer blood? No, he preferred not to have anything like that put on his face. But he was a trooper. He got it done. And so that's what happened. Vision says, Heath over here single-handedly bringing back the satanic panic. Well, you know, it's maybe. All right, so let's go to episode 10, which is the final episode of season 1. And then I'll talk about what I've been trying to do and what I'm still trying to get off the ground here. And then we'll move on to season 2. So season 1, episode 10, final episode. Oh, wait. Vision says, can you imagine Heath sells his home and the kinds of conversation your neighbors are going to have about the new homeowners? They'd probably bulldoze the house. You can see what's behind me here. I completely renovated the interior of my house so that it looked like a medieval tavern and a dungeon and stuff like that. They'd probably end up bulldozing the whole thing. It's probably what would happen. All right, season 1, episode 10.
Dude! When my time comes, I'm thinking I might just do the temporary tattoo of Cthulhu.
I've never done anything this intense. I feel truly aligned with the Deep Ones in this moment. I know I'll make them proud. Wizardly Priest, Ladies of Azathoth, Dave, begin. Sacrificial victim. Ceremonial dagger. This is rubber. That's all I could get.
Mom won't let me near a real knife anymore.
Whatever. Spell components.
Sorry I'm late. A large man was ridiculing me at the 7-Eleven.
What? Why? Never mind, Mike. Dedication, Ben. Dedication. Your mind and your body belong to the cult.
Right.
Do you have the chips?
Yes.
Ritual music. Funglui, Mgualnath, Cthulhu Rilye, Waggoth Nagel Fatagan.
Yeah. Cthulhu Fatagan.
Cthulhu Rilye Fatagan. Cthulhu Rilye Fatagan.
Yeah.
Cthulhu Rilye Fatagan.
Where's Cthulhu? He should be here by now.
If he did just wake up, he's probably just getting a cup of coffee.
What are these?
It's the chips.
These are the wrong tips! You idiot!
They were on teriyaki, I swear! I didn't think it would matter!
Of course it matters! You can't summon Cthulhu with sour cream and onion! I'm gonna get you!
No. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, Cthulhu would be here right now. I can't do anything, right?
Perhaps the stars just were not right for Cthulhu.
Ben,
I know what I have to do.
Are you okay?
We didn't sacrifice enough. I didn't sacrifice enough.
What are you gonna do?
I offer myself to great Cthulhu.
Oh, yes, yes, my disciple.
No, you can't.
It's the only way.
Yeah, sure, but sacrificing yourself, doesn't that seem a little extreme?
Music. Music! The flutes of Azathoth.
Ben, that's not a flute. That's just a recorder. You can't sacrifice yourself to recorder music.
Yes, I can. And I will. Yeah!
It's a rubber knife, Ben.
Yeah. Mom won't let me have a real knife. She thinks we're gonna hurt ourselves.
We're not gonna hurt ourselves.
You just tried to cut your heart out.
That was on purpose, though. I can't even sacrifice myself right.
Maybe that's a good thing.
I don't think I'm cut out to be a cultist.
No. Don't say that. You're a great cultist. More than that. You are an amazing cultist.
Really?
You can always try again tomorrow.
Dude. When you were about to sacrifice yourself, that was real, man.
Yeah. Might have been a fake knife, but it was still the greatest thing you've ever done.
It was pretty great. My proudest moment.
Any cult leader would be proud to have you as their disciple.
Okay.
I have stopped asking him what he does with his cult friends. At this point, I would rather not know. You have to pick your battles. What matters to me is that he does his chores and turns his homework in on time, and lately he has been much better at both, so all things considered, I am pretty happy.
How about a blessing? O great Cthulhu, we thank you for your many blessings upon this house and upon the whole world. We pray that you would lift up our friends and crush our enemies.
And please bless this food and the hands of those who prepared it.
Amen.
Oh, I got more salt.
Oh, thank you, honey. That's good.
I vacuumed it off the floor after my ritual.
Mike.
And the music. Written by Leon Sky and performed by Leon Sky.
Cut you open and watch you bleed. Like a vampire walking on the ball and now I'm seeing. You this is where the cultist.
That's awesome that we ended up with our own theme song that plays at the end of every episode that's on YouTube, because Leon Sky wrote that and performed that for us. So we have our own theme song. I absolutely freaking love it. So Vision says, I just can't get over it. The playground in the background. Did the cops ever show up to shoot? They did not. They did not. So we got away with all of that. But yes, Daedalus says she's playing hot crossed buns. I'm dying, right? I knew that what have we got to have? If we have the recorder, I sent the recorder home with Mallory. Mallory Ivy is the actress who plays, Mallory Ivy plays Acantha. And I said, listen, you've got to play hot crossed buns and you've got to do it badly. And so she did that, and we came up with this scene. And of course, she does it twice, right? And I just absolutely love it. She does such a great, a great job with that. The temporary tattoo with Cthulhu. You've got to remember that. You have got to remember that, because Ben said, when my time comes, I'm thinking about the temporary tattoo of Cthulhu after he had seen Rob be branded with a hot brand. So remember that. Remember that. That's going to come up. Let's see. Sacrificial victim. And then you've got the so that's when I said, here's the sacrificial victim. You can see this actually cut. I told you that was going to come into the situation, because this is the actual squid from the show, and they had to cut it, and so here it is. So this is the actual squid from the show that I keep in my kitchen close by. So actual prop from the show. Because this bounces off. Like when you saw this, that Rob hits it, puts it down, and then it bounces off that bird feeder. Because Brianna and I found that bird feeder when we were doing location scouting. And we were like, I'll take this down. Brianna and I found that bird feeder when we were location scouting, because I told you the script was 80% done. And I was like, oh my God, this bird feeder, we have to turn this into some kind of altar or something like that they are, they're worshiping or doing something around. So the scripts were 80% done, but we added in the idea they're going to be around that bird feeder and this stuff happens. And then Rob was supposed to just take it and set it down, but he can't tear it, and he can't tear it, and he bounces, and then Acantha comes and helps him set it back up on the bird feeder. That was not scripted. That just happened, and it was such a great take. We kept it. When we were doing dailies, when we were reviewing the daily video at the end of the day, I was like, what clip are we going to taking? What clip are we going to take? And Brennan was like, I know exactly what clip we're taking, because it has to be that one when Rob can't tear the squid open and then drops it down and it falls off and it bounces off. And then Acantha comes up and helps him put his little squid up on the bird feeder. That has to be the take, because they just carried on. They just carried on. And that's why it's so great to have professional actors, because when something like that happens, they just carry on. And it was such a great take that ended up in the show. So, yes. So Chaos Incarnate says, as soon as I saw the recorder, my soul said Cthulhu working on some hot cross buns. Like, what else could it be when you're playing on a recorder? I mean, man, it was just so great. Let's see. What else is going on? Yeah, I know. See, now this whole scene, this whole idea of Ben, or this whole idea of a cultist and hot cross buns being played and sacrificing himself, but not really sacrificing himself with a fake knife, was one of the very first scenes that I had ever written. When I was sitting in a bar and I was like, no, wait a minute. If I had this show, what would I write? That might have been, it may not have been the very first scene, but it was one of the very first scenes that I had ever written with regard to this. And now, then later, I think it was actually Mike who was sacrificing himself as I originally written it. But then as the script developed, we were like, no, wait a minute. This scene has to be in there. It's the conclusion of the series, but it needs to be Ben who is sacrificing himself, not Mike. And so it adjusted who it was. But that scene, as I had written it, was very exactly like it was from the very beginning. All right. Vision says that went dark for a second, and we wanted it to be dark. And we had that discussion when we were filming it on set, because we were like, no, wait a minute. If Ben actually had a knife, a real knife, because Ben thinks he's got a real knife. Ben thinks he's got a real knife, but he doesn't. But if he had really had a real knife, this would be an extremely dark scene because he's thinking about suicide. He's about to commit suicide. So that's what this scene is about. Now, it's not about that because we as the audience know that he's an idiot and he's actually holding a rubber knife. But we talked about quite a bit about how dark this scene should actually be as far as the acting goes, because that's what Ben thinks is happening. Ben is about to commit suicide, right? That's what's happening in this scene. So it's a very serious scene. It's just not because we as the audience know he doesn't have a real knife. Cass Incarna says, I'm dead. Vision says, ha, 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 ha. Good job. Yes. And then Mom has more wine at the end, right? And it does have a wholesome ending. We have a wholesome ending. And people have mentioned that on the video about this, you know, on the individual video, that is so wholesome. And Brianna and I thought that was important, that it does end on a wholesome note when all of the cultists hug each other. And after Ben's attempted suicide, it ends on a wholesome note. We really wanted that. Vision says, what are they eating there? It was chili. We had chili for them there. So it was actually chili. There we go. And Chaos Incarna, right? That the second round, exactly. It comes back. We wanted that. We thought exactly. So I'm so glad that had that effect, because you've had hot crossed buns before, and then all of a sudden the situation gets darker, and now hot crossed buns is coming back. So that is exactly what we were thinking of. Okay, now we're about to go on to season 2. But people have asked, you know, what is going on here? Why was I doing this anyway? Okay, so let me tell you why I was doing this and my entire idea for why I created this web series. David and I were creating So when David and I came together to create Infinite Black, I'm no longer with Infinite Black, but when David and I came together to create Infinite Black, we intended to try to create as much value around Journey to the Tree of Sorrows, which was David's very serious idea for a Cthulhu mythos story, and then Theophany, which was my world that tells the story of the tells the story of the fall of Lucifer, which we are now talking about on this channel. We haven't gotten to that quite yet because we're still talking about Rabivania, but then after we've moved past an initial sequence of Rabivania, we're going to be talking about the fall of Satan. And how do we tell that story? But several years ago, we had David and I came together, and David said, I want to tell the story about Cthulhu, very serious story about Cthulhu. And I said, I want to tell this very serious story about the fall of Lucifer. And we said, okay, we're going to come together for Journey to the Tree of Sorrows. Excuse me. We're going to come together for the Infinite Black company, right? Infinite Black was the company. All right. Now, how do we get these worlds out there? Well, one of those possible ways was try to develop pitch materials for movies or TV shows. So that was one of the things we were like, how do we develop pitch material for movie or TV shows? Well, one of the things that we need is a very serious trailer for both Journey to the Tree of Sorrows and Theophany, which I'm still working on Theophany. But I knew that I would not be able to create a trailer for either Journey to the Tree of Sorrows or Theophany that we would be happy with and that could actually pitch a movie or a TV show starting then, because we were brand new, right? Brand new. I was like, what's that going to take? So I said, hey, we've got to practice this. We've got to practice creating this material in order to prepare our pitch materials in order to pitch to a major studio. That was the idea. So I said, let's not start with either Journey to the Tree of Sorrows or Theophany. Let's start with something else that we can do, and we can learn our craft in order to create something that might actually pitch an effective TV show or a movie. That was my idea. So I had the idea of the Cultists, because we had been working on very serious Journey to the Tree of Sorrows stuff, and Journey to the Tree of Sorrows is very serious. It's not a joke. It's very serious Cthulhu mythos stuff. But like I said, as you're writing very serious stuff, you end up with some jokes. So I kept a notebook full of jokes. And I said, wait a minute. Now, this is something we could shoot. We can learn. We can practice. using this, and then we will get better, and then we'll get better again, and then we'll eventually be able to have enough to be good enough that we can pitch a movie or a TV show. That was the idea. That's why I shot this show. So this was, so, you know, you can tell there's a lot of stuff that's going on that's technically that needs improvement. Sound needs improvement. Cinematography needs improvement. We could have improved the story. When we originally wrote this story, we intended it to be episodic. When Brianna and I intentionally originally wrote the scripts, we intended for each episode to stand alone. Some of the early episodes of episode 1 stand alone. Then we end up coming into a more story arc across several ones. But this was all practice. This was all practice. Because I want, and that's what I'm going to be doing here, I need a trailer for both Theophany, because I'm no longer with Journey to the Tree of Sorrows. I'm no longer with Infinite Black, so I no longer have anything to do with Journey to the Tree of Sorrows. Okay, so we didn't move fast enough there. So I had to leave that company in order to develop these IP ideas. Okay, so I left Infinite Black. So David still has Journey to the Tree of Sorrows. Now I have Theophany, which tells the story of the fall of Lucifer. And then I also have the Tales of Rabivania, which we've been working on. You can see that I have the prototypes of behind me. I need to be, I've been practicing in order to get good enough to produce the material in order to pitch a movie or a TV show, right? So what you're about to see in season 2 is a dramatic increase in our production value. It's still not there yet. It's still not good enough to pitch a TV show. I'm admitting that. But what you're about to see in season 2 is a dramatic increase in our production value, our writing, every aspect of producing The Cultists, which is getting me closer to being able to pitch a TV show or a movie, right? See? So I intentionally have designed everything that we are doing in order to set up a series of stepping stones in order to get to a TV or a movie franchise. That may not happen. Most things don't happen. Most things do not happen. But if you want it to happen, you've got to set it up, right? So that's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing. Now, there was controversy in what goes on at Infinite Black. That's why I had to leave Infinite Black. David is still making more dice at Infinite Black. He's got my Journey to the Tree of Sorrows books that I wrote. I hope those are published. If they're published, we'll definitely talk about them on the channel. But he's going on to making more dice and is working on publishing an RPG and has been working on RPGs. I'm working on also publishing some RPGs, but I have this idea that how do I construct all of this to pitch a movie and a TV show for what I want? So that's why I've engineered what you're seeing in order to eventually get us there, right? Vision says, did you guys write in the cold in the script at all? No, we did not. We did not. The fact that it was cold was not written in the script at all. That just happened to be when we were shooting and what happened. It was still warm. It was still warm when we were shooting inside because it took 14 days worth of shooting in order to shoot episode 1. It took 14 days. So if we're talking about season 3, I would love to do a season 3. And that would conclude our story arc for the Cultists. And like I said, we've already written 90%, 95% of season 3. There are a few things that have got to be fixed, and I've got to go back to it. But we're very close to being done with all the scripts for season 3. So we know what's happening, and that concludes the entire story arc. When we were writing this, no, the cold didn't get written in, and actually it was still warm when we were shooting in the house. And then for whatever reason, as soon as we were done shooting inside, now we have to go to the park, it got cold. It got cold. And we had to deal with it. So that's just the reality of shooting outside because we couldn't extend it. You know, there were so many things. It took 14 days. So I'm anticipating it will take another 14 days of shooting in order to shoot episode 3. It takes 14 days. Oh, yeah. I heard about this Retro Nerd Girl. Stray says, Retro Nerd Girl, oh, yeah, congrats on your first spam bot today. That's good. It doesn't limit your time of year. Yeah, so it would be great. You know, season 3 is actually supposed to start immediately after season 2 ends, like immediately after. So it'd be great if we were shooting at the same time of year. We will see. All right. Season 2. Season 2. Experience the upgrade. We're now on season 2. Here we go. One second.
Grandmother. How's Rob? Rob's... I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little worried about Rob. See, ever since we tried to summon Cthulhu, he hasn't been the same. I mean, I get it. Cthulhu didn't appear, and the cults of the Yellow King, they're still out there, and that's a lot to deal with. I mean, I'm dealing with it too. It's just... with Rob, it's something else. I just don't know what. So, my parents are out of the house today, and I invited the guys over for a little D&D. You know, it's been a while since we've rolled the dice together, and I thought it would help take Rob's mind off of things. I think we all need that right now. He's here. Hey, Rob.
How's it going, dude?
I don't know what Mike's making such a big deal about. Everything's fine.
So, Ben, you ever played D&D before?
No.
Oh, don't worry, dude. It's easy.
What kind of character do you play?
I play a cultist.
But you are a cultist.
It's all cultist all the time. You should know this.
So do I get to cast spells?
Yes, you're a wizard.
I am?
Yes. You get to cast any of these spells here.
Wow. You're sitting alone in a boat in the middle of the dark blue water. It's cold, and the moonless night is very dark.
Do we still have that ale with us?
Yes. You still have that cask of ale from that ship you salvaged.
Cool. I get drunk.
I attack the darkness.
Oh, whoa. Why didn't I think of that?
That doesn't make any sense.
The darkness is unaffected by your attack. But suddenly, out of the salty water comes a green-skinned creature with a fish face and gills. It's reaching out with scaled arms and webbed fingers trying to attack you.
Are these deep ones? You know I can't kill deep ones.
No, there are no deep ones in the Forgotten Realms. But if you've got to know metagame, then there's Sahagin.
Sahagin? That's close enough. I reach out to offer them my friendship. Take me with you.
But that thing might kill you.
No, they won't. I love them.
You're completely surrounded by Sahagin now.
How did they surround us? I had Mordenkainen's magical watchdog cast.
No, you didn't.
I try to give one of them a hug.
I try to kill one by casting magic missile.
I reach out to disrupt your spell. How dare you?
Rob, you're gonna have to do something. They're gonna kill you.
I can't. I'll just have to die. You know I'm constitutionally incapable of harming them.
But your character...
My character loves fish just as much as I do.
Dude, you gotta...
I quit the game due to objectionable content.
All right, guys. We're gonna have to bring out the heavy artillery.
You don't mean.
I do.
I did cheer him up last summer when he got rejected by that lifeguard.
Hey, Rob.
What?
You got your favorite movie here.
Really?
Yeah, buddy. Wanna watch?
Yes. It's true. The Shape of Water is my favorite movie. It's like Twilight, but with a fish.
Hey, watch this.
How'd you do that?
Magic.
It's called prestidigitation. It's a transmutation cantrip.
Oh, okay. Are those fish sticks?
No? Maybe?
Don't look.
Dave, don't you think that's a little insensitive?
I like fish sticks, okay? I wasn't thinking.
And you call yourself a member of the Esoteric Order of Dagon? Fish are friends, not food. I think I've lost my appetite.
You still watch it?
Well, that didn't go as planned. Next time, I'm gonna try a Sahagin-free intervention.
All right, that's the end of season 2, episode 1. So I hope that if you go back and you look at the family tree that Rob is constructing, it's ridiculous. We intentionally tried to make, and of course it's not on screen for very long, but we intentionally tried to make Rob's family tree as ridiculous as we possibly could. And so he really doesn't understand, like, he's got like multiple lines going to multiple family members and all of that. It's definitely ridiculous. If you look at what they are setting up for Dungeons and Dragons, the miniatures from Enchantress, which is one of the board games that I made, is there. And then also, I guess I'll go full screen here, but the Dungeon Master screen that Mike is behind is the Lore Crafter GM screen, which is the combat screen for 5th edition, which is the actual 5th edition combat screen that I made and is published through Infinite Black, and you can still get through Infinite Black. That is what Mike is sitting behind. So I made sure that when it was sitting there at the table, as much of the stuff that I had created was sitting there at the table. Here we go. The crying is on point, Stray says. Yes, and then I attack the darkness. I hope that a lot of people recognize all of the dead alewives reference in that, because I worked very hard to incorporate the dead alewives dialogue as I was writing the scene into that. I hope that's the case. So you should recognize the dead alewives skit that's present in here. Some newer gamers might not recognize it, but like Astray says, you didn't actually cast the spell. A lot of that dialogue is exactly dead alewives dialogue. So there you go. Hopefully you recognize that. You can clearly see in here that Rob has difficulty distinguishing himself from his character. Whatever reality he is living in and what character he's playing, he has trouble dealing with that. Brianna and I watched The Shape of Water. I forget. I think the joke about Rob's favorite movie being The Shape of Water came up when we were shooting season 1. And so Brianna and I watched The Shape of Water very closely prior to writing the scripts for season 2 in order to incorporate it into this, because we just made sense that it's like Twilight. I think that was the joke that came up in season 1. It's like Twilight, but with a fish. You could just see Rob saying that, and Dax delivered that line just completely fantastically in that. He did. So we watched that movie and then we incorporated it into this. The line about when Rob got turned down by that lifeguard, I can't tell you how many times we shot that. It was at least 3 or 4. When the line came out, when Rob got turned on by that lifeguard, which could still work, but it has a very different connotation than what was in the script. So Leon had said, oh, yes, I remember that. It did help when last summer, when Rob got turned on by that lifeguard. It was supposed to be turned on by that lifeguard, or, what was that? No, turned down by that lifeguard, not turned on by that lifeguard. So we went through that. We went through several iterations of that scene where we were doing that. And then I love, you're starting to get a new representation or a new relationship between Rob and Ben and the fish. You can see that, and you should be seeing that Ben follows Rob's lead. Ben follows Rob's lead, and it started before in last season, but it is especially starting to manifest now, that if you watch the scene, whatever Rob says, Ben follows, because Rob is the leader and Ben is the disciple. And so even when Rob starts to have this new relationship with his fish, don't look at that with the fish sticks, and he hides the fish's eyes. He's starting to have a new relationship with his fish, and Ben immediately replicates that. That's all very important. That is very important. Also with the casting of the spells earlier in that scene, when he's talking about the casting of the spells, Rob tells Ben, yes, you are a wizard. You can cast the following spells. And that becomes so important for the rest of the season, because this whole season is one whole arc. Brianna and I intentionally made sure that this whole season was one entire arc. So when when Rob tells Ben, yes, you are a wizard, you can cast spells, that's a major point in Ben's life. Oh, hey, Keith. Welcome, Keith. Happy Friday. Yes, and the candles, right, that Ben does not understand. Mike does. I'm turning on these candles. It's not a spell I'm using, but it's the candles that are behind me now. It's the electronic candles with a remote control. But Ben doesn't get that. And when Mike says this is magic, Ben accepts that. Ben accepts that. Well, okay, Retro Nerd Girl says, I noticed that you're more aggressive with the zoom-ins, which I love. Any reason for that? That has to do with Brennan's cinematography. So that we would have to talk with Brennan, who is the cinematographer, who is actually running the camera, and then also Brianna. We had a dramatic upgrade with regard to the cinematography and the camera work, which included technological upgrades. One of the reasons that this season looks better than the last season was because we just had plain better camera equipment. And then also Brennan, who was running the camera, had a tremendous amount more of experience. A whole nother year of experience. And that's why if we do this again for season 3, it's going to be even better. And then I think we're going to be where we need to be in order to produce trailers to pitch movies and TV shows. That's what I think. So that's why you see exactly this upgrade. It's just because there's more experience. There's better technology. There's so much that went on between season 1 and season 2. We're going to have an even larger difference between season 2 and season 3 if we can fund season 3. I don't know if we can. And then if we can fund season 3, then I'm like, all right, now it's time to get the material together to start pitching these TV shows or movies, TV shows, movies, whatever we want to do. So I think it's just has to do, Retro Nerd Girl, with the experience that we accumulated on all levels between season 1 and season 2. All right, let's keep going. Oh, here we go.
I did it! I finally did it! I joined a cult. My wife said she wouldn't have it, so I left her. Best decision I ever made.
So I guess we should actually talk about that scene, because that is actually an after credit scene. If you are watching season 2, episode 1, that scene actually occurs after the credits. And there I am. So that's Steve. And I was not going to reprise that role because I was trying to produce it. There was so much going on. I was like, can I be on camera? And I thought no. And so I put out to the entire cast, I was like, because I had played Steve, because I said that role in episode 3 was credited as Steve, and you see me playing it. So should I reprise that role? And I was thinking that no, I should not, because I've got so much going on trying to produce this. Because I'm the creator, I'm the producer, I'm the co-writer, and I'm handling so much on set. Am I actually going to be able to be an actor as well? And so I put out to everybody on the list, I was thinking, I'm not going to be able to do Steve. I'm not going to be an actor. Can we get somebody else to do Steve? And the cast basically revolted. And said, no, you have to do Steve. And so when I heard back from the cast that I had to play Steve, I was like, okay, then I'm going to do it. So then I reprised my role as Steve, and I had so much fun. I'm so happy that I did it. They were completely right. Because I came this close to giving it up. But then they say, no, you have to be Steve. You started this. We want to see you on camera. So I played Steve. And so I reprised my role as Steve. And so that's it. So I came with Steve, and I really enjoyed it. Right, exactly. So Steve, he's wearing the yellow shirt, right? Oh, Stray says you made a good Steve. Thank you, Stray. I loved playing Steve. But that scene, see, Steve has not yet connected to the main narrative. So if you're watching this on YouTube episode by episode, that is an after credits scene on episode 1, right? Because Steve is all of a sudden in the park, and I had to borrow that grocery cart. I took all of my information to the local Piggly Wiggly, and I went to the Piggly Wiggly, and I was talking to the owner of the Piggly Wiggly, and I was like, hi, I'm Heath. My name is Heath Robinson, and I am doing a web show, and I really need a grocery cart. Could I please borrow a grocery cart? Here is all of my contact information. I promise I will bring you back the grocery cart. We're just going to be over at the park, which is like 2 miles away. Can I please borrow a grocery cart? And the owner of the Piggly Wiggly was like, I don't know. I was like, please, can I please just borrow this grocery cart? And I gave her all of my contact information. I promise I will bring back your grocery cart. And she said, okay, all right, I guess you can. And so I got to borrow a grocery cart. So that's why Steve actually gets to have his grocery cart. That was great. Exactly. Steve is homeless now. He gave up his family in order to join a cult. So Steve is homeless and walking around in the park now. Exactly.
I'm worried about Mike again. He seems so distracted. I mean, I think something is going on with him, but he will not open up to me. So I'm gonna have his dad try and talk to him.
Yogg-Sothoth. Yep. Yogg-Sothoth is the gate. Aster. Yes? Oh. Hey, Dad.
Hey, son. Can I sit down?
Yeah. Sure.
You've been acting a little weird lately. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just a little worried about Rob.
What happened?
Well, Rob really wanted to commit himself fully to Cthulhu. And so we did a ritual and I branded him.
I didn't think you had it in you, son. But do you think this branding might have anything to do with why Rob is upset?
No, I mean, I don't think so. He really loves it.
Did you apply any topical ointment or give him any kind of pain relief after you branded him?
No.
Oh, when you brand someone like that, you've got to treat it. And you've got to give them something for the pain. He was probably in shock.
Whoa. I had no idea.
That's probably it, son.
Huh. Hey, how do you know so much about branding?
Oh, I branded a lot of my friends back in the day.
You did?
Oh, yeah. We used to have a good time.
I really need to do something for Rob after what happened. So, we're going to the lake. Just me and him. It's gonna be like old times. He's really excited. I think the lake is a really special place for him for some reason. But he decided to get a haircut first. Oh, this is him now.
What's wrong?
We have to cancel our plans, Mike. I can't go to the lake like this.
Like what? Oh, if it's the brand you're worried about, then I can just get a scarf or something.
No, the hair, Mike. The hair. It completely ruined it.
You actually got a haircut? Kind of looks the same.
It's the same. Mike, are you delusional? The bangs, the sides, they got it all wrong. What will they think of me?
Who's they?
Creatures of the sea.
Look, they are not gonna notice, okay? I promise. Are you sure? Come on now. You were so excited about going to the lake, remember? Now let's not let a bad haircut ruin a good day. All right.
They're looking at me, Mike.
Don't pay any attention to that.
You promised. Look, I know it's a bad haircut, okay? You don't have to be so weird about it.
Rob, let's go over here. There's a really fascinating fish over here. I'm gonna go get her stuff. I'll be right back.
One day you will be big and strong and free. Just like that one. And so will I. We will swim together in the ocean. Oh, the ocean? That's like this lake, but so much bigger. We'll be able to swim and swim forever.
Rob?
Have I ever told you how she and I met?
No.
He was here at the lake. I came here to cast Find Familiar. When the time was right, I prayed to Father Dagon to send me a kindred spirit. Someone to go with me on this journey. And then, from out of the depths, she came to me. Spell components weren't cheap. Charcoal, incense, herbs. But it was the best 10 gold pieces I ever spent. I'll never forget that you left your home for me. And one day, I'll go back home with you.
Rob, are you okay?
Thank you for bringing us here today. It's just what we needed. You're a good friend, Mike. The very best. What would I do without you?
All right, then we're about to go to the after credit scene, but I wanted to bring up some stuff. So Retro Nerd Girl says, Stephen King, homage to the author Stephen King, or was it an accident? That's not an intention that we had. Now, King is important. The reason why his last name is King is he is wearing a yellow shirt. That's going to come up. So he's wearing a yellow shirt, and his last name is King. And that's what in the future is going to tie him, according to the other cultists, to the Yellow King. I don't remember the relationship of Stephen King. I haven't ever actually thought about that. So Steve, his name was something else, so that didn't connect. But Steve, as that was just his name from the very beginning, because like I said, Steve was actually going to be one of the cultists when with the core group when we were writing the initial scripts. But we realized, okay, we need to drop that. We'll just have Steve in one episode, and then we need to give his lines to other people to reduce the number of cultists we have to have. But then here, King needed to be his last name in order to tie him with Yellow King because he's wearing a yellow shirt and his last name is King. Vision, yes, we did have to recast Dad. So and for the purpose of when we went on to season 2, I emailed everybody who had been a part of season 1. And I said, we're going on with season 2. Do you want to be a part of it? And everybody said yes, except for David Orange. David Orange, who had played Dad in the first season, wrote me back and said, I do not want to continue to season 2. So he wrote me back and said, so there was David Orange's, David Orange declined to be part of season 2. So I told Brianna, we have an actor who has declined to be part of season 2. So we need to recast Dad. And so we recast Tom Robinson. And Tom Robinson, his last name is Robinson. My last name is Robinson, but there's no relation. That's happenstance. No relation between Tom and me, as far as I am aware. But Tom has been on the channel. If you look at the after parties when these things originally aired, man, Tom is fantastic. But yes, so Tom stepped up. We did additional auditions for Dad. Tom was there, and Tom played Dad, and it was fantastic. So yes, that's the only actor or actress that had to be recast between season 1 and season 2. And that's because the original actor declined to return for season 2 on his own accord. So exactly. Stray says the drinking and smoking pot talk, exactly, except for it has to do with cultists and branding people, right? And actually, in that scene, one of the things that we were very proud of between season 1 and season 2, Brianna and I especially, was the increase in emotional range. We deal with a lot more emotion in season 2 than we did in season 1. We increased the emotional range of this whole season, and we're very proud of that. So when you're looking at that, particularly that talk, there's some other situations too, but particularly that talk between Dad and Mike, that's an emotional scene. So we got to experiment with emotions and portraying emotions that we didn't have in season 1. And we loved that. So that was another thing that made season 2 much better than season 1. W3 Techie says, where's the Monty Python ambulance? Ambience. Well, or ambulance. Well, that's no, it's not there yet. It's not there yet. No, right, exactly. So Vision says, what was that? Okay, so first of all, that was another cold day. We had so much warm days. I mean, this was years later. This was 2 years later. It was another warm day. But then when we had to go at the lake, it was freaking cold again. It was freaking cold again. And that was every day we shot at that lake was very cold. And when you bring out, we were at a state park. And actually, now in that case, when we were shooting at that state park, the park rangers came out to tell us that, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? What are you doing? So the park rangers actually stopped us for a certain amount of time. And we're like, no, we're just shooting a YouTube series. We're just shooting a YouTube series. And then eventually the park rangers left. But we did have park rangers show up on set and stop our production while we were at the lake for a certain amount of time. But that was the coldest day. It was cold and it was windy. So we actually had to re-record some of the audio dialogue because it was so windy, because the wind was blowing through the microphones. So some of what you saw was actually the dialogue was re-recorded like a week after the show because you couldn't even hear what we were saying because it was so windy and it was so cold. So that was that. Yes. Okay. So here I've got it right here, but you're wondering, I'm gonna go solo mode again. Because the relationship with the fish is again very important, because you're seeing a new relationship with Rob and his fish that you have not seen before. Now, Rob had covered the fish's eyes in the previous, but obviously the branding has impacted him emotionally, and psychologically. I mean, obviously that's the case. We had a flashback in season 1. So obviously they're reenacting the flashbacks because this is a mockumentary style show. So they must have reenacted that. And so he reenacted he reenacted the emergence of the fish. He reenacted the emergence of the fish again. We talked about that extensively when we were shooting that, because he has the brand on him, right? So when he first got his fish as a familiar, he would not have had the brand on him, right? But because this is a mockumentary style show and he is having to reenact rediscovering the fish, when he reenacted it, he would have had the brand on. So that's why that's the case. So that's a reenactment. He had the brand on, which would not have been the case when it originally happened. It was a reenactment. And then, yes, exactly. This is the fish prop. And this is one of my favorite props of the show. It's one of my favorite props of the show. This right here. I love it. I love this because this is the fish as Rob envisioned it in his reenactment. And yes, it's got lipstick on and it's got hearts in its eyes. And look at its beautiful long eyelashes and all of these teeth. So it took me a long... Now, here's one of those things. The fish that Rob has on the side of his head, right? Okay, actually, it turns out after 2 years later, I wasn't able to find the same fish easily. Now, I did find it. So I got the same... This is the same fish that Rob has on the side of his head, but I had to track this particular rubber fish down on eBay in order to come, because there were actually 2 rubber fish. We have 2 rubber fishes that Rob has on the side of his head. So it's the same fish, but they're 2 different versions that we can use. But I needed a 3rd version because I wanted to produce this heart-eyed fish with lipstick and teeth for the reenactment, and I couldn't find it anymore. So I had to buy this rubber fish on eBay at a freaking premium, in order to get this the exact rubber fish that I had used 2 years before. And then I put in this is epoxy putty to make the teeth, and we repainted it. And then we've got foam here for the eyes, and then the heart here. And then actually you can see right here, that right there is a plug, because in order to get this, Brianna and I were at the lake several days before, scouting locations and figuring out when all of this stuff was going to happen. And we wanted the fish to be able to bob up, like this out of the water. So the problem is this fish is all rubber, and the fish would float on top of the lake. The things you don't think about when you're, before you actually go out there. So actually there's a hole, and you can't see it on camera, I'm sure, but there's a hole through the rubber of the fish where I could put this, put a wire through this fish, hook it over, and then stick the fish down into the lake. And then the fish would actually, so I was like, all right, that'll be enough, right? I'll stick the rubber, the rubber fish with a wire down the lake and he'll float there. But no, because it was all foam, it just floated up. And so what I had to do was drill out a hole in this fish. I had to drill out a hole here, and there are lead weights inside this fish to make the fish, when you put that hook in there, the wire that attaches the fish there, so that the fish will stick up just like you saw in the show. So that's what it took. It took all of that to make that happen. And actually, at one point, this fish, the wire that I had was not perfectly secure in the lake, and the fish started to float away in the lake. And everybody was like, oh my God, there goes the fish. And I had to charge out into the lake. I leapt out into the lake to grab the fish to make sure this fish didn't float away, because we needed it. And then we reset him with a wire to make sure he wasn't floating away. That's what happens in order to make a show like this. Maybe Stephen King is the Yellow King. Maybe so. Could have said she remarried and hint to dad having become a deep one. Well, we will see. We will see. We will see. So let's see. Yeah, the fish pop up. Man, it was, like I said, it was so cold that day. And we had 2 extras there on the set that were the people that were there. We returned to that lake in another episode, but all of the lake episodes, all of the lake scenes were shot in one day. But this remains, like I said, this is in my kitchen in the corner because this prop remains one of my very favorite Cultist props. The heart, the eye, like, because it's just envisions. This is what Rob, in his mind, when Rob was in Rob's mind, what happened, what's up with this fish, this is what Rob created. This is Rob's interpretation of what he saw that day. And I love it. I love it. Maybe we'll have to come up with something else to do with this fish sometime. But this I think is my favorite Cultist prop. The Cthulhu idol we had talked about is probably my second favorite prop. I love the Cthulhu idol, which does appear in season 2. But man, the fish, the fish with the teeth. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. All right. So now here is the after credits, the after credit scene of season 2, episode 2. So here I am. Again, Steve is not connected to the main narrative yet. So that's why he's an after credit scene. All right. So here we go with Steve.
Oh, great Nyarlathotep, find me worthy to pass beyond the walls of this world, beyond Duat, the lily lake, and even the field of reeds. Hail the sedge and the bee, king of upper and lower Egypt. O dread son of Azathoth, I fall down and worship thee.
I don't seem to have any more food here. Okay, now, Steve is the worshiper of Nyarlathotep, right? Now, there's a lot that's going on there in his props because he has 2 different obelisks that are part of his props. He also has a background which is part of it's a replica of an Egyptian tomb. And then he also has, what do you call it? The cartouche. Oh, cartouche. The cartouche of Nyarlathotep that is before him. So that's part of his worship stuff, right? So when we were creating Journey to the Tree of Sorrows, we went to great concern to make sure that the Egyptian hieroglyphics that were involved in the worship of Nyarlathotep were correct. So when you see the background, that playmat, and you can buy that playmat from Infinite Black. I'm not with Infinite Black anymore, but nonetheless, Infinite Black, if you go to infiniteblack.com, you can still find that playmat there. David LaRocca designed that art. But we intentionally contacted an Egyptologist who is a specialist in hieroglyphics at the University, UCLA, University of California at Los Angeles. So a Egyptologist at UCLA. And we said, listen, this is the prayer that we want to have translated into hieroglyphics that has to do with the worship of Nyarlathotep. So the hieroglyphics that are on that playmat are the actual translation of the prayer to Nyarlathotep that I wrote, which is available on the Journey to the Tree of Sorrows YouTube channel, translated into hieroglyphics by an actual Egyptologist at the University of California at Los Angeles, right? So we wanted to get that right. And then when we have the cartouche of Nyarlathotep, which the cartouche of Nyarlathotep that is supposed to be expressing his royal name, all right, that name, those hieroglyphics that actually you couldn't see in that particular scene, but the hieroglyphics that are on that cartouche are exactly what the Egyptologist at the UCLA told us would be Nyarlathotep, son of Azathoth. All right, so all of that's right. We wanted all of that to be right, so it's right for Journey to the Tree of Sorrows, and I incorporated that into the Cultists, right? So when you see the hieroglyphics, even on the background, the hieroglyphics are actually written as they should be by an expert Egyptologist. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, Vision says yes. Steve has a lot of crap in his cart. Exactly. Yes. Vision says, I like the dynamic of Steve being down on his luck, but is also totally okay with it. Yes. Steve is totally committed to what's going on. He left his wife and his family in order to worship Nyarlathotep in the park. And, you know, now he's homeless, but he is committed. That is exactly what's going on. Absolutely. All right. So this is episode, I believe, 3. Let's see what happens here. Oh, here we go.
This happens to people who don't want it all the time. Wait, what's this? Yes, yes, it's happening. Thank you, Father Dagon. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God.
He said that it just came out of the water, and yeah. So that's how he says he got his fish.
Whoa. What about you, Ben? I got this in the toy aisle at Walmart, but it was just as romantic.
Oh, yeah?
I'll bet. So I think Rob's having some sort of mental breakdown.
How would you tell?
Oh, here he comes.
Look, I know it's a bad haircut, but ignore that. I've got some great news. No, stupendous news. Look.
What are we supposed to be looking at?
It's begun. I'm growing gills. Gills! My transformation into a deep one has finally begun. Father Dagon be praised.
Where are the gills?
Right here. Right here.
Rob, we don't see any gills.
Right here.
Oh, yeah, I think I see something.
Father Dagon blesses the worthy. Lesser worshippers, your time is still to come. But my fate has never been clearer.
Lesser worshippers?
Rob.
Looks like he's not sad anymore. I guess he's all better now. I don't think this is better.
It started with the gills. Now there are scales running down my arms. I think I feel the webbing starting to grow between my fingers. See? There's a bump right here.
More fish in this cult. Do you see? Did a puppy have this happen? So then I said, no, bro, it's seaweed.
Can we help you?
Yes, fellow cultists. I could really use some food.
Oh, yeah? Welcome. We have donuts.
Wait, what's your name? Who do you work for? What god do you worship?
I'm Steve King, and I worship Nyarlathotep.
Likely story, Steve King, who wears a yellow shirt. It's the cultists of the Yellow King. We're being infiltrated. Away, evil one! Away!
You got it all wrong.
Away!
That was close.
The cultists of the Yellow King almost ate our donuts.
How did you know he was with them?
My powers grow stronger by the day. Soon you'll be more powerful than Aquaman. That time has almost come.
I was just hungry.
It's not our problem.
But I'm homeless.
We don't care. Go away, Steve. Never come back.
I swear eternal vengeance.
There we go.
Okay, wait a minute. I think that's the stop right there because we didn't separate this season into individual episodes, but I think that's the end of that episode. Right. Yes. Okay. So exactly. Okay. So once again, we have Dax and the fish and their relationship and what's going on. And even the guys are realizing that the relationship between not Dax is the actor, but Rob and the fish is starting to get unhealthy. They ad-libbed that part about when you move in and they're sitting there at the table. They ad-libbed that part about, oh my God, that's how he got his fish, blah, blah, blah. And then it did go into, hey, somebody, no, hey, and Ben saying, no, I got this at the toy aisle in Walmart. But oh my God, it was just as romantic. So as you can see, Rob's relationship with his fish is indicating his descent into madness, right? So he is continuing to go deeper and deeper into that. And you will also see, now probably you noticed this, but I had already pointed out that Ben accepts Rob's reality. And so when Rob said, look, I'm growing gills, their first response was, I don't see any gills. But when Rob was like, no, they're right here, the first person to accept Rob's reality was Ben. Oh, yeah, I think I see something. So Ben always accepts Rob's reality. You're right. The dive into the cart. Yes, I did that several times. And I was like, all right, let's go. Like, I am ready. I'm going to hit the roots here. I'm going over the cart. I did that several times. Brianna was like, now be careful, Heath, because Brianna was directing this. And Brianna was like, be careful. I was like, no, let's just go. This is the Leon Sky School of Acting. Leon Sky took that water in the first season. And I was like, no, I'm bringing it this time too. If I need to, flip over this cart or whatever I need to do, I'm going in. So that was that. Dave, when you see after they run away, Dave brings two rubber fish as a weapon. And that was something that Leon Sky decided to do on his own and is so great. And then also there is the reference to Aquaman there. And Brianna and I watched a bunch of Aquaman movies to see what kind of references we could have. But we weren't really all that down with Aquaman. So we watched a lot of Aquaman in preference of this, but in order to reference that in the scripts, but really that's the only Aquaman reference that came up. But I still love it that, Ben's like, oh my God, Rob, you're going to be as powerful as Aquaman. And Rob's like, yes, I almost am already. Yes, I love it. So that's where we sit there. And then we start with this next, I believe this is the next episode. We didn't cut it by episode, and I wish we did put up the cards. I don't know why we didn't. I guess we just forgot in the mashup. So here we go.
You like that, don't you?
I do love that. This was an early idea. I just want to say this was an extremely early idea for season 2, which is for Rob to have his fish on a leash and trying to swim it in a river. That was a very early idea. So that made that in. So fish on a leash was a prop we had to make. So yes, here we can see Rob's insanity going forward, because you can't do a Lovecraftian story without having insanity. So we can see Rob's insanity here as he has his fish on a leash, taking it for a swim.
Always good to be in the water. What are you doing?
I'm just taking her for a little swim.
Hey, that was a very brave thing you did over there. Steve tried to eat our donuts.
It's nothing, Mike. But you will all have to be much more careful when I've gone to the sea and I'm no longer here to protect you.
What are you talking about?
My father beneath the waves beckons. Rob, how are you feeling? Truth be told, Mike, I'm feeling very dry. Very dry. I'm not sure how much longer I will still be able to breathe the air.
Yeah, about that. Look, if I've done anything, what I'm trying to say is that, look, we can get you help.
Nonsense, Mike. I've never felt better.
Okay, just keep swimming. Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. Just keep swimming.
Okay, wait a minute. I should cut in there because, okay, I love the feeling dry. I love the feeling dry. What's going on? Well, I'm feeling dry, Mike, and I may no longer be able to breathe the air. I love that line. I love that so much. And also, that was another one of those scenes that we just watched, which expresses emotional range. That was some emotional range, genuine care that Mike has for Rob in his situation that we didn't have in season 1, but we are now expressing that emotional range. Stray says there are actually people that are wired this way. And that could be Rob. That could be Rob. That could be his situation. But so that was a scene of emotional range and why we so appreciated. And that's also the second reference to Finding Nemo, the movie Finding Nemo that Rob has made. He made a reference to Finding Nemo in season 2, episode 1. You know, fish are friends, not food. And then he also made a reference to just keep swimming, right there. So Brianna and I had thought as we were writing these episodes that Finding Nemo must have been very influential in Rob's life. Right. That when Rob was watching Finding Nemo as a kid, Finding Nemo must have really imprinted itself on Rob's mind to bring as part of what has brought Rob to where he is. Stray says, like jam spread over too much toast. Yes. Cass Incarna says, you meant wired to become deep ones, only the lucky ones. Yes. And that's what Rob thinks. Rob is like the lucky ones become deep ones. All right, let's keep going.
Oh, yum.
Wait, what are you doing?
Oh, we are going to eat you.
No, please don't.
Why shouldn't we?
Because I can bring you something better, something much better.
Like what?
The coffee drinking cultists who meet under the pavilion. I can bring them to you.
The worshippers of Dagon and Yog-Sothoth.
Yes, they will make a much better meal than I will.
Interesting. Okay, Steve, you've bought yourself some time. But if you not bring them to me within 3 days, then you're back on the menu. Got it?
Yes, okay, I got it. Yes, I will bring them to you. I promise.
So we reintroduced the Cult of Shub. Now, when we were shooting that, we had to actually cancel our day with the shooting of the Cult of Shub and shoot that like a week later. So all of our scenes with the Cult of Shub was shot like a week after our primary principal photography. So the net scenes, at the end of this, we should probably do the deleted scenes and also the blooper reels, because getting them to put the net over me, originally as the script specified it, they were supposed to tie me up with ropes, but we couldn't figure out how to do that with ropes. So the idea was, well, okay, there'll be a net they shoot over me, that they throw over me. So I got this net that's, one of the nets that like you put stuffed animals in or something in your room. But the being able to throw stuffed animal, that net over me, it was so windy that day in the bloopers, and you'll just see that it was ridiculous. But that scene cut it when, okay, you put this, they lay this ridiculous net over me. They lay their net over me. It's ridiculous. Now that wasn't a broom, but that was a staff. So she's holding a staff with the emblem of the cult of Shub on it. So that was one of the things that we added in this. So when you see the witches and the other ones, there are brooms, but there was also the addition of the staff here. Excellent point, Steve. Excuse me. Excellent point, Steve. Excellent point, Vision. I think there was a continuity error there. Steve never introduced himself before the witches used his name. That's true. You never hear Steve actually say his name before the witches. So they must have found that out in some other way before that. So you're right. You're right. They must have. W3 Techie says, oh my God, this is about how real people do this. I looked it up and there's actually a Bible of Cthulhu. It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. What we're making here is just completely a comedy web show, but it wouldn't surprise me because some people have contacted me about being members of these particular cults. And can I get involved in this? Because I'm actually a member of these cults. This is just a comedy web show, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. Let's keep going.
This will get them. When they see this sign, they will walk straight into the lair of Shub, where they will meet their doom.
Where's Rob?
I don't know, dude. I haven't heard from him. It's not like him to be late. I hope nothing's wrong.
Guys,
Ben, what is it?
it's Rob. We were supposed to come here together, but when I got to his house, I found this.
Friends, the time has come. I can no longer live among the landwalkers. The call of the sea is too strong. I go now to eternal life beneath the waves. We're going home. Your friend and protector, Rob. P.S. Don't try to stop me. We've got to stop him.
You don't think he'd actually throw himself into the ocean, do you?
Have you met Rob?
We'll never get to him in time.
Yeah, we can. Okay, I know exactly where he's going. Follow me.
There he is! Rob!
Rob!
I told you not to try to stop me.
Don't do this.
I've been waiting my entire life for this moment. Dude, I'm not sure you're ready for life under the sea. I am more fish than man now. Can you not smell the salt of ocean waters?
Rob, this isn't the ocean. This is a lake.
Soon I will be with Father Dagon and all my kin under the sea. Rob, please, you can't go. Little disciple, there is nothing left I can teach you.
Nothing?
Nothing. You are ready to swim on your own now.
No, please don't go. Don't leave me alone.
Father Dagon and I will always be with you.
No, don't leave.
Grandmother! I am coming! No! He really did it!
He wasn't actually supposed to jump.
I didn't think he had it in him. He was like a father to me. Should we go in after him?
No, it's too late. He's too far off now. Probably swimming towards sea.
You're right. What am I gonna do now?
Okay, so I love the scene where he's got the letter and don't try to stop me. And then Mike's immediately like, we got to stop him. Like, what is going on? So the difference is when we're writing the script is there were supposed to be two different places. Actually, the lake that they went to in episode 2 Mike was going to take, and I forgot to say this, but Mike was going to take him to an aquarium. We wanted to go to an aquarium, but we realized we can't actually go to an aquarium. That's not going to work. It's too expensive. So we moved to the lake. And then we were going to have him actually jump in the ocean. Well, we realized we can't actually get to the ocean. That's too expensive to actually move the whole crew down to an ocean. So that also needs to be at a lake. So we moved both locations to a lake. And we think that works even better because Rob thinks he's at the ocean. He's about to jump in the ocean, but he's actually standing there at a lake. So that works very well. I love when you think about what does Rob think that he looks like when he's sitting there at the edge of that pier about to jump in. You know, he thinks, and so we talked about that. Brianna, the director, talked about that with Dax, who is playing Rob. She was like, you perceive yourself looking like a fully transformed Deep One, standing there on the edge, ready to go and live in the ocean. So Rob's perception of himself in his mind is that he looks like a Deep One completely. Of course, he doesn't, but that's Rob's perception of himself. So that's how we got Dax to play Rob at that moment. Wacky Racer's bad guy? I don't know the reference to that. I'm also getting Fish Stick South Park episode guides. I don't know that. So somebody can go fish that body out of the lake. Well, I guess we will see, right? So that's, so we only got one shot at that. That was also a one take thing. Actually, it took us a long time to get that shot. And while we were trying to get this scene, this very emotional scene, and exactly the way that Brianna wanted it as the director, that's when the park rangers showed up. And we're like, what are you guys doing? We're like, so we had to talk to the park rangers and like, all right, this is what we're doing. We're shooting a YouTube show. We're trying to do something for YouTube. Is that okay? And they're like, yeah, okay. But that's when the park rangers showed up when we were shooting this scene. But then we only got one scene where Dax jumps in the water. We only got one scene where Dax jumps in the water. Actually, this is one of my, I guess I should bring this up because let me make sure I have it. We had been there before. Oh, yep. Okay. So let me take this down. I'm going to bring this up. I played this before on a live stream. But Brianna, like a week before all this went down, Brianna, as the director that she is, was not willing to let somebody jump into the water without having done it herself to make sure that it was deep enough and all of that. So there is this right here. So this right here, I filmed it as Brianna, our epic level director, jumped into the water before she asked Dax to do it, about a week before she asked Dax to do it. So
Grandmother, I'm coming.
Here we go. I'm going to start over. All right, here she goes.
Grandmother, I'm coming.
And then I was like, oh my God, it's cold. I had to get her out of that. There may be another one. Let me say video file Brianna that goes on a bit longer than that, because I was like, oh my God, she jumped in. Oh, no video track. I guess that's it. So
Grandmother, I'm coming. Oh my God,
that's our director verifying that it's actually safe to jump in at that location. And then I had to go and get her out. I was like, oh my God, she's freezing. I go get her out of that. So you can't say that Brianna, as our director, had asked somebody to do something that she was not willing to do herself. So she did that herself and jumped into this freezing cold lake. This is like in January or something. And they're like, oh my God. So then I put my camera down immediately. They felt like, oh my God, I got to get her out of this water. Right, exactly. She YOLO'd that. And of course, all of the, at the end of every episode of season 2, it says, "Grandmother, we are coming." That was the tagline of this. "Grandmother, we are coming." Because that was, grandmother is beneath the waves. She's a deep one. Grandmother, I am coming. So Brianna made that jump about a week before we showed up to actually shoot. We had everything ready, and that was amazing. So that's so she wasn't going to ask Dax to make that jump. And we'll show the jump in the bloopers. We'll do the bloopers at the end of this. But she wasn't going to ask Dax to make that jump unless she had made that jump before she asked one of the actors to do it. So she did it, and then we got one shot because we couldn't dry Dax off. I mean, Dax was dry. He's got to be dry before he jumps in. So we got to get everything before he jumps in, and then Dax jumps in. But as soon as Dax jumps in, his costume, his hair, everything's going to be wet. So we can't pull Dax out of the water and then reshoot. That was another one of those one take things. So what you see when Dax jumps in, that was one take. Well, that's all we had. Everything before he jumps in, we had multiple takes of because, Brianna wanted to be sure. But then when it was time, all right, we got what we need. It's time for this jump. Everybody be aware. We got one take. Keep going. Stay in character no matter what happens. We've got one take to put Dax in this lake. And it worked. So both times when we threw the water on Jester Sky, and then when Dax jumped in season 1, and then when Dax jumped in season 2, we got it done. We got it done. Exactly. There was no stunt Dax. There was no stunt Dax. Dax did it. Dax made it happen. Oh, Vision Polar Bear Jump says, makes me miss my old polar bear jumps back in December back in Jersey. Yeah, it was very much like that. It was very much like that. All right, here we go. Back to Steve.
Look! Shelter! I'm saved!
How's it going, Steve?
I tried to sign, but they didn't fall for it. They're too cunning. I just need a little more time. Just a little more time. Just a little more time.
I know it doesn't seem like it, but actually that scene took a lot of time to get. Because Brianna, I was playing Steve, of course, I'm Steve. And Brianna, the director, is managing all of this. And I was like, okay, where do you want me to be crawling from? And she said, I want you to be crawling right here. And for some reason, it took a lot of takes to get me crawling. But she said, I want you right here. And that happened to be in a giant mud puddle. And I was like, well, okay. But like it had rained or something like that. And what I was crawling through was a giant mud puddle. And she was like, I want you right here. And it was right in the middle of that mud puddle. So I was crawling through cold, muddy puddle water in order to get to that, look up and say, oh my God, there's the bridge. And then as I was getting to the bridge, as I was crawling down a couple of times, I fell into the stream, or I dropped the sign into the stream or something like that. So it took a lot. I crawled through a lot of water in order to get those scenes. I really did.
Something is seriously wrong with Mike. I think something happened to his fish friend.
Mike, can I come in?
I guess.
Hey, you want to talk?
It's Rob. He's gone. He went to be with the deep ones under the waves.
It wasn't your fault. There's nothing that you could have done.
I don't know how I'm gonna go on without him.
I know. I know.
He's free now.
He's swimming with the fishes.
Oh my God. I've got to call that boy's parents.
It's just not the same without Rob, dude. Ever since he left us, been leaning more into my music, you know? Music, man, heals the soul. It's healing my soul. We've even decided to rename the band in honor of Rob. We're calling it Big Daddy Dagon. The Deep Ones. Things we do for the Deep Ones' embrace. Sacrifice written on our face.
Can't believe he's actually drowned. Steve? That's my spot!
Oh, yeah? Well, why don't you come over here and do something about it?
I can't believe I ran from Steve. Rob wouldn't have done that. I'm an embarrassment to him. I can't let that happen again.
We've come here today to celebrate the life of our friend, Rob.
This one's for you, bro. I can't believe he's gone.
I should have done something. Something more. Something sooner. This is my fault.
It's not your fault, Mike. We all knew that Rob was meant for truly great things.
Yeah, he was.
He was the best of us. Best cultist ever.
Now he's swimming. His dream. What could he wish for a friend?
Never be as good as he was. But I'll try.
Steve! Stop it, Steve! I was just hungry.
He's trying to steal our donuts, man. What are we gonna do?
I call for a crusade against Steve! Die, Steve!
At first, it was.
Okay, so that's one of our very emotional episodes, right? So this is a very emotional episode. We have emotional range with Mike and Dad in the beginning. Like, how do you deal with the loss of Rob? I mean, this is all about the loss of Rob. So this was another thing that Brianna was very happy to direct, because it was very different from what had happened in the previous seasons. We have much more emotional range here. We're dealing with the presumed death of one of the main characters here. Rob is gone. So we have that emotional range with Dad that we're dealing with. That was a very emotional scene to deal with. Now, that contrasts with Mom's reaction. You know, what is Mom's reaction? We wanted to see Mom's reaction there because we said we want Mom. We need to see somebody have a normal reaction. And Mom's reaction is, oh my God, I've got to call that boy's parents. What has happened here? And so Mom has the normal reaction. But then after you pass that, then you get into the downswing of all of these guys. And what is it like to lose one of their companions? And so we really wanted to play that up, and we hope we accomplished that. That scene with Ben in the bathroom where he's trying to pull himself together, but he's holding the pen that the pen of Cthulhu that Rob had given them right before he jumped into the lake and was gone. That was actually the very first scene of season 2 that was ever shot. That's in my bathroom. That's my bathroom here at my house that we shot that in. And that was the very first season 2 scene that was ever shot, was Ben trying to pull himself together because of the loss of Rob. Sky, the music that you have when you see Dave playing, Dave is played by Sky. Sky wrote all of that. Brianna and I just let Sky go to town. We're like, we've got emotional scenes. We want Dave to be expressing his emotions of loss through music. And so Sky wrote that music, and we just let him do it. We let him write it. We let him play it. He played it a few different times as we were shooting it. So there are several different versions of him taking that. But at the end of the day, that scene that Sky has Dave. So Dave, you know, rests his head and his cheek on his guitar. That had to be it. Brianna was like, oh my God, that's it. To see him singing that song about the loss of Rob and then resting his cheek on his guitar, that's it. That's what has to be in this. And so that's why that's there. And so the whole scene, the funeral scene, where you see Rob's pool noodle, right? Rob's pool noodle is there. The fish are there. They're having an emotional scene. You pour one out for Rob. Of course, Steve disrupts this. Dallas says that, yes, at the funeral, Hot Cross Buns returns. Right. That's how they send Rob off. Acantha has to play Hot Crossed Buns again. So, I mean, there's humor there, but still the range of emotion here is what we wanted to capture and what's going on. So, I mean, this is down. I mean, they've lost one of their guys. Pour one out so that, you know, Rob's, when Mike was with his dad, I mean, he was holding Rob's horn, his drinking horn, like we already talked about, is so significant. And then here at the funeral, when they do the pour one out, let's pour some coffee in there and pour one out for Rob. I mean, what's going on here? I mean, this is an emotional scene. And then, of course, but then you contrast the emotion of the scene with Acantha playing Hot Crossed Buns. We thought that worked well. So now that we're down, how do we deal with the loss of Rob?
Really hard without Rob around anymore. I woke up and I didn't know what to do. I stayed in bed for like 70 hours. But then I thought to myself, what would Rob do? And I knew kill Steve. I will continue the fight against Steve. This is my new purpose in life. This is my mission. I won't let Rob down.
Cool.
Shay, I need your help.
Hey, Ben. What's up?
I need a spell to kill Steve.
That escalated.
You know how to kill people with magic, right?
Well, yeah, I've helped a couple people shuffle off the mortal coil, but that doesn't really seem your speed. What if we just did a spell to give him a really, really bad day? I know this one that makes hair grow until it's bursting. There's this other one where you have hangnails on all of your fingers and all of your toes.
No.
Then there's the cartilage curse. Oh, I love that one. Bit of beef that just hops between each tooth.
No. Okay, I will not stop until Steve is destroyed. It is my duty as protector of the cult.
Oh. What about that book Rob gave you? Doesn't it have spells?
Yeah, it does. It has kill spells.
What did I tell you? Looks like you have everything you need.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob. As you can see, Steve is behind it all. The dog catcher, coleslaw, Crocs. He's even the reason we don't have girlfriends.
It all comes back to Steve.
Yeah, he's ruining everything.
If Rob were here, he wouldn't let this happen.
No, he wouldn't. But he's not. And I have to be our protector now. So I'm gonna take Steve out.
How are you gonna do that?
Do you remember how Rob said I was a wizard?
Yeah.
Well, I've been studying a lot. And I'm gonna cast Power Word Kill.
Oh, whoa, good choice, dude. I always wanted to try that one. It'll be amazing. Rob would be proud.
Yeah. Steve won't know what hit him.
Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Steve doesn't stand a chance.
Okay, do you have all your spell components?
Yeah, it's somatic and verbal only.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm right behind you, man.
All right, Steve, you're in big trouble now. Prepare to meet your doom. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! What happened?
I don't know.
He just walked away.
Yeah. All right, okay. You utter a word of power that can compel one creature you can see within range die instantly. All right, could you see him?
Yeah, I could see him. He was standing right there.
Oh, was the tree in your line of sight?
No, no way. I just looked around it.
Okay. What's the range on the spell?
60 feet.
Okay, and how close were you?
It's hard to tell. We're not on a grid.
Here, look. All right. Where were you standing?
Right here.
Oh, all right. Take this. Stay here. I'm gonna go and stand by the garbage can where Steve was.
You know, we really should have done this before casting the spell.
Nope. That's only 25 feet. You were well within range. Honestly, you could have killed him from like way over there.
That would have been better, actually. He smells pretty bad.
Yeah. All right. What else does it say?
If the creature you choose has 100 hit points or fewer, it dies. Otherwise, the spell has no effect. So,
By Father Dagon! Steve has more than 100 hit points.
No way!
We'd have to hit him with a battle axe like 25 times to kill him.
No wonder it didn't work. Steve, rat bastard.
Okay, so let's stop right there for just a moment, right? Because okay, so Ben says that he's been like he stayed asleep for 70 hours, and like it's questionable whether or not Ben actually has a good, you know, conceptualization of time, right? That like I was asleep for like 70 hours. I'm wondering if that's like, how much, when a kid tells you how much this costs, like $850 billion. Like they have no conceptualization. So who knows how long it was that Ben was actually out of action. But then we do cut to Shay in her dungeon. And when we're in the Shay's dungeon, that's actually my gaming room. That's on the other side of this. So that Shay's dungeon is the set that's on the other side of this wall right from me. That's my gaming room. So we used my gaming room, which I set up as a dungeon, to use as Shay's dungeon and her room. So that's where that was shot. Then Ben opens. Ben talks about being a wizard, and his like. I want you to look at him. I'm not going to go into this in detail on this stream, but take a look at Ben's conspiracy theory poster, because we put a lot of time into the different conspiracy theories that Ben has surrounding Steve. So we talked about that quite a bit. And then, so look at that, because that was deliberately engineered. All the different things that Ben is blaming on Steve, it's definitely out there. And then, So Ben, is eating out of the garbage, and I see that here. Vision says eating out of a garbage can, because I was like, all right, I'm Steve. I'm homeless in the park. I'm going to eat out of this garbage can. Here I go. But Brianna was like, no, wait, you can't actually eat out of the garbage can. And I was like, no, I am. Like, I got to eat out of this garbage can. I got to get into character. Here I go. I didn't actually eat garbage out of the garbage can. So Brianna said that I got to line the garbage can with something and put food in it to eat out of. So I wasn't actually eating out. I wasn't actually eating garbage, but I was prepared to eat garbage because I was completely in Steve's mindset, being homeless in the park. But nonetheless, we lined the garbage can with another trash bag. We put other food in it that we brought. And so that's what I was eating. But I was completely prepared to eat garbage out of that trash can for this character, because like I was really in Steve's like mindset when I was doing that. And then, yes, so Stray says he has a tape measure. Right. Yes, that's ridiculous, right? That he pulls out this tape measure. This whole idea of this scene was an early idea for season 2, right? It was a very early idea for season 2 that they're going to cast this spell, and then they got to go through all the stuff about why it may not work. Again, we have Ben accepting Rob's reality, because Rob told him you are a wizard and you can cast spells. So because of that, Ben is casting these spells. That's why, he's accepting Rob's reality. Now here we are in Shay and Acantha's cottage again in the front room. And so this front room right here is actually my living room. So I designed my living room to be a cottage. So actually what you're seeing here, that the set that we're in right here is actually what my living room looks like.
Who is it? Hi, Ben. Come on in. Door's open.
Is Shay here?
No, she's out. Is there anything I can help you with?
Yeah. You know a lot about magic, right?
It's my specialty.
Well, Shay said I should kill Steve with one of these spells.
Yeah, she told me about that.
I've been studying really hard, but my spell didn't work, and I'm not really sure why.
What spell were you trying to cast?
Power word kill.
Here, let me see. All right. Could you see him?
Yeah,
Okay. Were you within range?
totally. But I think what the problem is that Steve has more than 100 hit points.
Oh no, sweetie. Think about it. His scrawny little body couldn't have 100 hit points. I think you're just not high enough level to cast Power Word Kill. Look, it's a 9th level spell.
Yeah. I guess you're right. I'll have to figure something else out.
Here. How about this? Phantasmal Killer.
You tap into the nightmares of a creature you can see within range and create an illusory manifestation of its deepest fears? Visible only to that creature. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, and on a failed save, the target becomes frightened. But will that work?
Do you think Steve can make a wisdom saving throw?
Oh, no, there's no way. He's really stupid. Says the frightened creature takes 4d10 psychic damage. That's perfect. That'll kill him.
Great! Okay, now on your way. Go have fun killing Steve.
Okay.
Did you hear about that boy Rob?
Yeah, I did.
They still haven't found him. Do you want to hear the worst part?
What's that?
He had a full scholarship to study chemical engineering. His mom found the letter in the trash can in his room the day he jumped.
Rob had a scholarship for chemical engineering?
Yeah.
This is so terrible. It's these kids getting involved in all this stuff causes them to go crazy.
First they start playing Monopoly, and then they move on to Dungeons and Dragons, and the next thing you know, they're worshiping demons and drowning themselves in lakes.
I burned our copy of Monopoly just the other day, so that can't even get started at my house.
Yeah, good. Oh, I'll call you back.
Ma'am, is this your son?
Yes. What happened to him? What happened to you?
Nothing.
Your son and his gang beat up a homeless person in the park.
You're in a gang now?
No, I'm not in a gang. I'm in a cult.
And you beat up a homeless person?
He deserved it.
So, we have the idea here that Acantha and Shay are overlaying lies on this, right? That we've got different lies that are going on, and then throughout this season they're caught in different lies. But then how does Acantha respond to that? With more lies. Like, oh, I just got caught in a lie. Well, this spell didn't work. Why is that? Well, let me come up with a new lie, because she doesn't want to hurt him, so she comes up with a new lie. So the witches will lie, they'll be caught in a lie, and how do they cover that? By a new lie. I love that, like, it starts over when Acantha's like, let me see. How do they start over? It's like spell technical support. What's going on? Is it plugged in? Would you like to restart it? Because he had already been through all of that with Dave. And like, okay, now how far were you away? Could you see him? It's like starting over with spell technical support. I also love that Mom's like, what's the worst part of all of this? The worst part of this isn't that Rob might be dead, but the worst part of this is that he had a scholarship for chemical engineering, and this is pretty bad. So that's that. And then also, of course, we're referencing the Satanic Panic and starting with Monopoly. Of course, the idea is this starts the Monopoly. Man, you start with Monopoly, then later you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and then, man, you're into something satanic. Now, the police officer is played by Megan Pecco at the time, but is now Megan Martinoni. Megan is my cousin. So the police officer is played by Megan, and she is now married to the director of photography. So Megan is my cousin. The director of photography is Brennan, and they were dating at the time, and now Megan and the director of photography are married. Vision says, when I was a kid, like 10 years old, and I remember when I actually realized the concept of time, recess was never the same again. It always seemed significantly shorter after that. Yeah, and that's Ben, I think, has no conceptualization of time. I think that's a problem with him. Oh.
Not believe it. My son
brought home handcuffed by the police. How infuriating.
Mom, this is not a big deal.
Not a big deal? First of all, you're grounded. You're not going anywhere. Nowhere. Do you understand me?
Okay.
And you're gonna clean up that backyard like I've been telling you to for weeks.
Fine.
Next, I want that robe right now.
Mom! No!
Right now.
No way!
Next, I'm gonna get every single candle out of this house.
I want to bring up a point that Stray has here. Stray says, I love how Mom closes the door and the cuffs are still on him. I brought that up while we were shooting this, but Mom yanking him in just worked so well. That's the take that was taken. But I did bring that up. I was like, no, wait a minute. The cuffs are, so I brought that up, but everything else about that take worked so well. That's the take that Brianna took. But yes, you're right. She does yank him in with cuffs on and shuts the door. She absolutely does. Retro Nerd Girl says the mom is phenomenal. Yes, that's the woman who plays Mom, which is Rebecca Yeager. That's her name. She is absolutely phenomenal. She is a professor of theater, and she is just absolutely incredible. She's absolutely incredible. Vision says, look at all those liquor bottles. Did you guys ever tap into them after the shoot? Not in the house. No, we did. I did host parties after we had done dailies. Sometimes because after the shoot, we have to review the dailies. One of the director's job, after we've shot everything, the director's job is to review the dailies. That's Brianna, to make sure that we have shot everything that we're supposed to shoot and that we have good takes. And she's supposed to report to me as the director. So sometimes we had people sit with us and watch the dailies. But after we had shot it a complete day, we have to go through the dailies. And then after that, sometimes I did make margaritas or martinis for everybody. But we had to wrap completely up, clean up, go to another location, watch the dailies. And if the dailies are confirmed, well, then we could make some martinis or margaritas.
I worship you. Who are you?
I'm Acantha. You're Steve, right?
Yes?
I saw you get beaten up the other day. I brought you a Band-Aid.
Oh, thank you.
How are you feeling?
Oh, not so good. I came out here to worship my Lord and Savior Nyarlathotep, but now I'm just afraid I'm going to get eaten and die out here alone and starving.
Get eaten?
Yeah, if I don't bring a substitute to the wicked women of the Black Goat, I'm done for.
Oh, I see. Now, Steve, don't worry. There's nothing anyone can do to prevent that.
There's not?
No, and you shouldn't worry about things you can't change.
There's nothing I can do to keep from getting eaten?
Well, no, not the getting eaten part. That part's inevitable. But if you're hungry, I'd be happy to bring over some muffins next time we make a batch.
Oh, really?
Sure.
Well, that would be wonderful.
Okay, I'll try to bring them over before you're gone. Now, stay warm out here. I would hate for you to die of pneumonia before something else can kill you.
Okay, thank you.
When we wrote that scene, we didn't realize how dark it was. But even though it plays out very happily and is intended to be, Acantha coming up to try to help Steve, but the idea that Acantha's like, oh, well, you're going to die. And she's like preparing him his last meal. That's pretty dark. So we didn't actually perceive it as that dark when we wrote it for whatever reason. And it doesn't play out as dark. But if you actually listen to the dialogue, that's a very dark scene because, yeah, right. Stray saying she's so nice, but what's actually happening in that scene is pretty dark. I mean, she's telling him that he's going to die, he's going to get eaten, and there's nothing that he can do to save himself. And it's played out right, very nice. And it wasn't until we were actually acting it out that we're like, oh my God, we have to act out this very dark scene very nicely.
All right. This is it. I'm going to hide under the table. Then.
Notice Steve is wearing the Band-Aid. Steve has applied the Band-Aid to his cheek that Acantha has provided him.
When they come to drink their coffee, I will secretly pour this powder into their cups. They'll fall fast asleep, and I'll take them to the cult of Shub. And then I'll be free. Oh.
We gotta keep an eye out. Steve could be anywhere.
Yeah. Hey, have you seen Mike lately?
No, not since he got arrested. He's probably in prison.
Oh my gosh. Or maybe he's just like at home?
Either at home or doing hard time in the big house.
Yeah. Oh, dude, did I tell you we might have a gig?
No, that's great, man.
Yeah, dude, so like some guys heard us playing and now we might have a gig at Cracker Barrel.
Cracker, but I love that place. Your music is gonna fit right in there.
Oh, dude, I appreciate it. Like, this might be the big break we need, you know? It's just, I need more exposure.
Have you thought about taking off your pants?
No? That would make me more exposed, though. Oh, and I'm trying to get an Olive Garden, too.
Oh, ow! God,
dude! Steve? What are you doing under there? Were you trying to slip us a Mickey?
You're gonna pay for this, Steve. Just you wait. As soon as I learn this spell, you are done for.
You okay?
We had to shoot that so many times. I wish that you had been able to see me, because as many times as we had to shoot that and then wash off the table because of the sugar powder that was on the table. We had to shoot that many times. I was covered in sugar. I was covered in coffee. There is a picture of me. I have to find this picture, but I was just covered in sugar and coffee after several takes of that scene. It was ridiculous. Let's see. W3 Techie says, that reminds me of raiding my own man's stash of alcohol when I was a kid until my mom made him keep it under lock and key. Yeah, exactly. That kind of thing. Exactly. So, I can't this dark. Yeah. It's pretty dark right here. But this was, this is Steve's attempt number. Well, actually, in the show, this is attempt number 3. But because attempt number 2, excuse me. But because the deleted scenes is actually attempt number 3 to get them eaten. So I mean, there's a serious underlay here. And now here we continue with Ben trying to do magic.
This spell is a minor magical trick that novice spellcasters use for practice. You instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire. Range 10 feet. Abracadabra. Hocus pocus, fish bones, choke us. It's not working. Can't even cast a practice spell right. How am I supposed to kill Steve with Phantasmal Killer? Can't do this without Rob.
Yes, exactly. That he spoke a range of 10 feet, and he pulls out the tape measure to measure 6 inches. I'm glad that somebody picked up on that. Thank you, Vision.
We're the ones that you all fear. We're the strange things that you hear. We're the unknowns, but one thing's clear. If you run into us, then you'll disappear.
Oh, hi, Ben. Good to see you again. What's wrong? Did you kill Steve?
No. I can't cast a spell.
Why not?
I can't do it alone.
Vision asks, is that the guy who wrote the end credit song? Exactly, exactly. That's Leon Sky, who plays Dave. He wrote the end credit song, yes, and he also wrote the songs that he's singing in here. We just let him, Brianna and I just let him have at it. So, yes, Leon Sky wrote that, performed that, everything, and also performed these. Dave, exactly. Yep, exactly.
I need Rob.
Sweetie, I don't think he's coming back.
He's not dead. He's just swimming. I mean, he grew gills and webbed fingers and everything.
He's with his own kind now.
Will you please help me? There must be something that we can do. I'll do anything.
There is one thing we could try. Long ago, the Deep Ones taught Obed Marsh how to summon them. Look. This symbol has been found carved on smooth river stones. When dropped into the sea and the appropriate prayers said, the Deep Ones will emerge from the water in times of great need.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. But where do I get one of the stones? Thank you. Thank you so much.
I will point out that I have right here one of the stones that is, because we're going to have to throw this stone in the lake. So every take we had to have a fresh stone. So the stone that we throw in the lake can still be seen in the lake. You can actually go there and see the stone in the lake. But this right here is a replica that I created 3 separate stones with the crest of Dagon. I'll go solo right here so we can see this right here is one stone with the crest of Dagon. Obviously, this one did not get used and thrown into the lake because it's right here. But you can, if you go to the lake, you're still going to be able to see, if you look down, the crest of Dagon in the lake. It's freaking awesome. Vision says, have you guys thought about adding some background music to for ambience? Maybe, we thought about it, but this is mockumentary style. So is background music appropriate? Some people have brought that up. So maybe not. We've definitely thought about it, but is background music appropriate in mockumentary style? Maybe it is. Maybe we need to work on that for season 3. Maybe not. We'll see. But yes, we've thought about it. But whether or not it fits with the mockumentary style, that's the big deal. Oh, hang on. Oh, so there we go. There we go. So here we are. Oh, hang on. Let's back up.
Disappear. Disappear.
I don't know.
Here
That's
we are.
perfect.
All right,
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. But where do I get one of the stones? Thank you. Thank you so much.
You never knew how much you meant to me. You're like the father I never had. If I hadn't found you, I don't know what would have happened to me. I need you. Please come back.
Mike!
Suddenly we got Mike without his robe. Like, what is going on? Yeah, but see, that's the question. But is it, if it were a mockumentary, if somebody were actually documenting this, would music be playing? That's what we've been thinking about.
Ben? Is that you?
Oh my God, it's the Commoner. Hey, you want to come on in, Dax? The Commoner. This is Dax. So we're here. You want to come on in? If you want to hit the invite link I sent you on Facebook, come on in. Would love to have you. We're still going. This has been an epic marathon. Come on in, Dax, if you want to.
What are you doing here?
I'm so glad you're here. I thought maybe you were doing time in the big house.
So what's up?
Well, I went to the lake to try to summon Rob, but he didn't come back.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ben. Maybe he's too far off by now.
I guess I'm gonna have to kill Steve by myself, but I need your help.
Yeah, man. Of course, whatever I can do.
I want you to help me fully dedicate myself to Cthulhu, like Rob did.
Wait, you don't mean...
I do. It's the only way.
Ben, I don't think I can do that again, man.
Please, Mike. You're the wizard priest. You're the only one who can do it. Here.
Okay. I'll prepare the ritual. You go gather the cult. Mom won't let me out of the house, but maybe we can do it here while she's gone.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I've lost everything. My robe, my candles, my altar. But Ben really needs me, and this is too important. But I need my robe first. But luckily, I think I know exactly how to get it back. Bella?
Hello, loser.
You know where Mom put my robe, don't you?
Maybe.
Where is it?
I'm not telling.
Please, will you just tell me?
I don't think so.
All right. You know how you're always wanting to come to one of our parties, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're about to have one in the backyard, and if you give me my robe, I'll let you come. And I'll let you be the high priestess too.
Ah, okay. Just a sec.
Thought that might work.
Wait. Nope, no casting change. It's just that there was enough time between that the actress who's playing Bella is growing up. The Blue's Clues shirt. But no casting change here.
Here.
Thank you.
If Mom finds out you're doing this again, you're going to be in big
That's Ava Conley who's playing Bella.
trouble.
Well, she's not going to because no one's going to tell her. Are they? Good.
I just want to see him get in trouble again.
I hear chicks date brands, really. Jesus
I'm
Christ.
here.
Oh, good. Everyone, Bella is going to be our high priestess today.
Oh, welcome, Bella. Glad to have you in the cult.
Thank you. It's good to finally be here.
All right. I've gathered you here today under the most serious of circumstances. Ben, devoted disciple of Rob, and follower of Father Dagon, will no longer being initiated of the cult. He has decided to devote himself fully to Cthulhu. Ben, do you understand the gravity of the ritual of which you're about to participate? Do you partake in it of your own free will?
I do.
So let it be done. Sacrificial victim?
Oh, whoa, Bella. Wait a second. You sure about this?
Yeah, it's okay. I don't like yellow bears anyway.
Thank you, Bella. I hear the Care Bears make the best sacrificial victims.
The Care Bear again. The Care Bear returns.
High priestess? Do. Thank you, High Priestess. Now, a chaotic rhythm beaten on drums of human skin.
Oh, nice. I love that beat.
In his house in Rillier, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming.
Great Cthulhu, I pledge myself to you.
Cthulhu Fatagan.
Ah, it's so cold.
Hold still. It says it's supposed to hold it there for 10 to 15 seconds.
Okay.
I told you to remember that Ben said, when my time comes, I want the temporary tattoo of Cthulhu. So I actually produced a temporary tattoo of Cthulhu and got the design and had it produced as a temporary tattoo to have it put on him. I told you to remember that from season 1. It all matters. No, it's definitely, I think it's Sunshine Bear. I think it's Sunshine Bear. I think it is. I think it's actually a Care Bear.
How's it look? Oh, fantastic, dude. Good.
Definitely some of my best work.
Now, Steve's time has come.
Mike!
Mom! You're home early.
He made me do it! I don't know. I like going to parties and being priestess, so worth it?
This calls for drastic measures. Father Roddick, thank you for coming so quickly. Please come in.
Thank you. So, what seems to be the problem?
It's my son Mike. He's possessed.
Oh, dear.
And I think it's spreading to my daughter.
Oh, no.
Can you exorcise the demons? You're all I have left.
I'll evaluate the boy. And if the demons of hell have possession of his body, I'll free his soul.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
What's that hideous smell?
This scene was so complicated to shoot because the room is so small. There were so many people that had to be in it, from the camera crew to the audio crew to the actors. I was sitting outside and I just let Brianna and Brennan handle the situation. This was so complicated to do.
Probably my dirty socks. Who are you?
No, something else. Something unholy.
Look, you can't just barge into my room.
This. What is this?
Incense for Yog-Sothoth?
I knew it.
Hey!
I've seen all I need to see.
What's going on?
This is for your own good, honey.
Remove mine evil robe from thine body.
What? No way!
Do what he says, Mike.
Never!
What is going on?
Oh, Father Roddick is here to help us with our problem.
They're trying to take my robe again!
Can't you just wear the robe? It's important to him.
It's evil! I've had enough of demonic forces in this house. It must be burned.
No!
I thought you would understand that. No.
Hey, wait. No. Please. Stop. Oh, you can't. Oh, please. You can't do that. You can't.
Yes, I can. I am your mother. It is gone for good this time.
No.
Move.
The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you.
Father,
the power
please.
Of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you.
No! Mike! Run! Go now!
Let me stop! Let me up!
Hold still, little man! Stop struggling!
Let me up!
Stop! Stop it! Hold still!
What are you doing?
Mom.
Stray says, your props are awesome. Thank you, Stray. That's one of my favorite parts of this. Of course, the producing, the writing, that's up there at the top. But then I turn everything over to Brianna for directing. But if I'm not going to be writing and producing, my second favorite part of this is all of the props. I love creating the props. That's a real big love of mine. So after all of the production side of things and the writing things, it's actually making the props. I love that. I love being in the workshop making props. That's my favorite part, aside from the writing and production side of things. Dad murked an old cleric. We specifically studied Return of the Jedi for that scene to make sure we duplicated Return of the Jedi for that scene.
Steve, the time for your destruction has come.
Will you please just leave me alone?
No, Steve. This has to happen. Besides, you're in my spot. Finguli Fatagan, Ranga Anga Ah, illusory manifestation at our Edith target conditioner saving throw.
Oh, God. They've come for me. I've got to get out of here. God.
That's right, Steve. Run away.
Oh, man. You did it. That was amazing.
I know, right?
Dude.
Now, wait for me to take that psychic damage. Down! Did you see the look on his face?
Yeah, dude. He was so scared.
Now, let's give him that 4d10 psychic damage.
Oh, yeah. You got the dice?
Yep. Right here.
All right. Roll high, dude.
24 points of damage.
Do you think that'll be enough?
You have failed to deliver the worshippers of Dagon and Yog-Sothothos as you promised.
Please, I just need a little more time. They're much more formidable than I thought. I just need a little more time.
Your time is up now, Steve.
And besides, we want to eat you before you get any thinner.
No, please.
I loved shooting that scene. And yes, Dave's got an incense brazier, and that was so great. Look who we've got. It's Dax. Hey, Dax.
Hey.
Good to see you. Dax is the actor that plays Rob. So welcome. So glad to have you here.
Yeah, glad to be here. You've been doing this for 4 hours, Heath? My gosh.
Nearly 5. 4 hours and 58 minutes. I'm surprised it's taken this long to get through it. So we're getting close to through this, and then I tell you what, let's do some commentary on it, because but then we also have the bloopers and some deleted scenes we can show.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to say was I was in that room during the exorcism scene, and gosh, it was just too packed, especially for a boom operator.
Yeah, Dax was the boom operator for the audio. Like, if you don't see Rob on screen, then probably
He's
Dax
there.
was still on screen. He was there, but he was operating the boom mic for all of this.
When he dived into the water, Rob spiritually lived on as a boom op.
Yeah. So, all right. So we're getting close to the end here, but then we'll discuss and then go on to bloopers and deleted scenes.
Whoa. Dude, I think you really did it.
Was that Steve?
Yeah. I think that was him taking 24 points of psychic damage.
Do you think it killed him?
Sounded like it to me.
I don't know why you're bothering bringing him muffins.
Well, he shouldn't have to die of starvation.
I mean, he might as well enjoy his last few days on Earth. Besides, we only need Ben to think that his spell worked.
When's he planning on casting that anyway?
Hopefully before the cult of Shaub gets to Steve. Steve? Steve! Whew.
Uh-oh. He went that way.
I admit that I did something terrible to the production manager when we were shooting this scene, because we had the fake blood that, was on that stick, but then also when I tore on that previous scene where I tore my robe and an arm on the stick, we had all the fake blood on my arm, which you could barely see on that scene, but it was there. But then when I came back to the pavilion, I came up to Carol, who was the production manager. I was like, "Oh my God, do you have a Band-Aid?" And I held up my arm with all the fake blood running down my arm. And she did panic for 2 or 3 seconds before she realized what was going on. I shouldn't have done that, but I did. Vision says, "Oh, ask about the music for season 3. It'll probably be very similar to the music for season 2. We'll have the music that Leon Sky has created. We'll just have to see if there's additional music. I don't know. We'll just have to see."
He went this way.
Oh my.
It would seem Steve has had a hard time of it. What do you think happened? Do you think they got him?
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, if he did get away, and he has any sense at all, he won't be coming back here.
Oh well. I guess it's too late for his muffins.
Ben'll be happy.
Yeah. You still have those bones.
I mean, the ones from the last time we... Yep,
Just
I got
before.
them. Mm-hmm.
Well, I have a Band-Aid. And I have this idea. What?
Here, have a drink. Mighty wizard. Thank you, mighty assistant. Oh, hey.
Hey, dudes. How's it going?
Well, we cast a spell against Steve. He got terrified and ran off.
It gets even better. Look.
Steve is no more.
He's dead?
Yep.
I love that it's got the Band-Aid on it.
I love the prop itself. There's something funny about it.
Yeah, and it works. Originally, we were thinking with this prop that it was actually supposed to be Steve's bones, but this works so much better that it's a plant of the witches. That obviously this is like, who knows what happened to Steve, but we got with a Band-Aid on the cheek of the bone. That
Yeah. Like, don't think about it. Don't think about it too much, you know?
Yes, and clearly the guys did not think about it too much. Right? Yes. And so Vision 667 says, was she actually whispering anything? Well, probably not. I mean, because we actually rewrote that scene, because when we originally wrote the script, it was actually supposed to be Steve's bones, but we realized that it worked so much better if it was not, and so we rewrote that script and that scene with the witches the morning before, and we because I don't really like to do that, but Brianna and I said, all right, let's redo this script with the witches, and gave that to Mallory and Rachel, who play Shay and Acantha. and said, all right, listen, I'm sorry, but we've got to change up the scene because it's not working. It's not working if it's actually Steve's bones. So let's make it a plot of the witches and then deliver that. And so that whole scene was made up basically in a day at the end.
Found his remains a few minutes ago.
I'm a mighty wizard.
Yes, you are. Very mighty.
There's nothing I can't do.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
Here, we can celebrate with the
Sonic
muffins I made.
putting him
I made
down.
them for Steve, but he obviously doesn't need them anymore. Mike!
Dude!
Are you okay?
My mom had a priest try to exorcise me. I only barely escaped. And they burnt my robe.
Oh.
I'm never going back there. Never. At least my dad had my back.
Can we get you anything?
Do you want a muffin?
I love
Thanks.
he points with the hand.
Bro, you can stay at my place, you know?
Thanks, man.
Yeah, dude, I got you.
I killed Steve.
You did?
Yeah, the spell totally worked and everything.
Great. Man, I knew you had it in you. If Rob were here, he would be... Rob!
What? It cannot be. You jumped.
Yes, into the life-giving waters of my kind. I've swum from the shallowest shore to the darkest depth of forbidden waters.
I love their
I've seen sunken
facial
temples
expressions.
in aquatic cities. I've lived 1,000 lifetimes.
You're back! You answered my call.
Yes, it is good to see you again, friends. It's been a long time.
It's been 3 days, Rob.
What are you doing here, man?
The sea returned me to the land. Stars wheeled overhead, and every day was as long as the life age of the earth. But it was not the end. I felt life in me again. I have been sent back until my task is done.
What task?
I have returned to prove Father Dagon's power over the Yellow King by delivering his cult a final and ultimate defeat.
Rob!
Rob. Yes. That was what they used to call me.
A perfect Gandalf impression.
Rob. I am Rob, the son of Dagon. I've come back to you now, at the turn of the tide.
You know, Vision raises a good point about the music. Could you just imagine this scene with some dramatic music at it?
With music. I love that, though, the last word of it is something about the turn of the tide. The tide.
Yeah.
But then an after credit, an after credit.
Where the cultist.
What's Dad up to? What kind of comments you got, Dax?
I
We
love
need
that
more
ending
people.
scene. Yeah, Tom Robinson is a great actor and just a great guy in general. He was such good energy on set, and that type of sitcom type ending we have at the end there, it's just I love it.
You know, I was thinking about different ways to go forward. The scripts that we've got for season 3 take place immediately after season 2, and I was thinking, actually, you know what? We should be able to shoot a single episode in a day. We should be able to shoot an episode a day because they all take place in the park immediately after this. So maybe there isn't a need to commit to doing all 10 episodes at once. But what if we could find time to do like 10, like 2 days worth of shooting and do 2 more episodes and then 2 more episodes and then 2 more episodes, and that's the way to get three done.
If you think you can do it, yeah.
It might be. We need more people who are enthusiastic about the Cultists in order to like raise the money. But maybe we could do it with less money if we would do like 2 episodes at a time. Did you see where I went to the Star Trek set?
Yeah, I saw you post about that. Yeah.
Okay, that was incredible. I went down to Neutral Zone Studios in Kingsland, Georgia, where they have an exact replica of the Star Trek original series set.
Yeah, it looked great.
And some people have told me that one thing we should potentially do, that may be another idea, would be to go down there for a maximum of 3 days, just because that would be the level of expense that would be. But say, listen, come up with stuff that you can make in 3 days on the actual Star Trek set.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
Would you want to do that, Dax?
Oh, I would want to do that. Hell yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I've been wondering who would want to do that. And I was talking to Brianna, and she was in, and then Brennan was in, and Megan was in. But I can't open it up to everybody. But I was thinking the other person I'd want to bring would be you.
Oh yes, I'm honored. Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
So what we would need. So okay. So the thing that was expressed to me regarding that was that the purpose of what I'm trying to do with what we're doing at the Cultist and all of that is demonstrate that we can create stuff that's worthy of pitching for TV and movies.
Yeah.
And I've been working with a producer out in Hollywood for the past like 4 or 5 months on the scripts for a movie.
You talking about Cameron?
Well, I don't want to talk about who it is.
Okay.
But I've been working on that, and we've been making great progress. So what we need is, so in order to make the pitch, I need scripts, which I've been working on, and then a pitch deck, which I've also been working on. But then icing on the cake is a trailer.
Yeah.
Actually, a teaser, a 30-second teaser. That's the 3 items that are needed. So I would say that clearly we need more work from season 2. The level from season 1 to season 2 was a gigantic jump up. And I bet if we did season 3, it would be an equally large jump up. Right? Yes. But, we could do the Cultist season 3, but right now we're having a hard time getting the energy behind it. I'm still working on it. I'm still working on that. So if we get to do the board game, then we would have that. But the other idea is like, hey, listen, if you have the Starship Enterprise and you've got 3 days, try to produce the greatest looking stuff you possibly can over 3 days. And what I would want to do is I've got different battle scenes that I want to rewrite.
Yeah.
To do. And if we all went down there for 3 days, we could produce some amazing stuff.
I'm just imagining Rob. I'm getting carried away here thinking about it. I'm imagining Rob having a fantasy of himself down in the deep. Maybe he's not in space. He imagines himself being in a sort of spaceship that's underwater, and he's like fighting the enemies of the deep ones. Yeah, he's got like, you know how some iterations of Star Trek have like aliens on the ship? Well,
Yeah.
he's got Sahagan on the ship that are his crew members. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, if there were going to be, I don't know if there's time, but if there was going to be a crossover between the Cultists and Star Trek, I had actually thought that you started off very seriously as a Star Trek episode, with Kirk and Spock and McCoy and whatever. They're approaching this planet, and this planet's got a problem. And Kirk and Spock and McCoy beam down, and they find that Rob is running the planet. And Rob is trying to sacrifice people to raise Father Dagon from the sea. So you actually have like Kirk, Spock, and McCoy trying to deal with Rob, Mike, and Dave.
That's pretty funny. I don't know how it would go in terms of casting whoever you pick as Spock and McCoy and Kirk. That's, I don't know if people would immediately make the connection that that's who they are.
Well, you'd have to specify that, but it would be funny because we could even do that by doing very little of that on the Star Trek set. That like we just need like an hour or 2 hours on the Star Trek set to have the bridge, whatever is going on the bridge.
Yeah,
oh my God, we're approaching this planet. We got this situation, and then Kirk's like, "Oh my God, we got to beam down," because then we can shoot the rest of it in the park. That all of a sudden the park is there, and then all of a sudden they energize, and then all of a sudden Kirk, Spock, and McCoy are in the park, and they're like, "What's going on this planet?" And it's Rob running things, trying to sacrifice people to raise Father Dagon.
I see. I can see the potential there.
Yeah.
Would he be sacrificing people though?
Well, I don't know. Whatever it is, whatever it is that's going on, that we're having to deal with Rob running things. And Stray says, isn't there a Dax in Deep Space Nine? Have you followed up on Deep Space Nine?
Well, I know what he's talking about, and I definitely think a reference to that is warranted if we do that. Some sort of inside joke in the TV show.
Vision's having connection troubles, and I've had that too. But so that's what I'm thinking about. I'm still trying to get us where we need to go. I would that set was so fantastic. I mean, that set was so fantastic. I almost feel like we can't possibly not go down there. And it seems like, there's a place there. I would say 2 days, but if we go down there, if we bring an entire crew down there and we had a script. See, what I was thinking of is that if we had a script that we're shooting at Star Trek, a Star Trek script that we're shooting on the Enterprise, why don't we just let everybody rotate through all of the different positions on the bridge? So we say, like, this is the camera movement, this is the script, this is what we're doing. But then instead of trying to just shoot one in 3 days or whatever, we say, listen, everybody has 3 takes at every position. So you get 3 takes at being the captain. Everybody.
Okay.
And then we cut together a whole bunch of different videos about everybody in different positions on the starship.
Huh.
So everybody gets a chance being the captain. Everybody has a chance being the science officer. Everybody has a chance being the helm officer, and the engineering. And that way you've got, there's the same script, but they're like 6 different versions. Because everybody is rotating different positions. And so then we can decide who does it best, who's the best captain, who is the best helm officer, who is the best engineer.
Yeah, I like the creative room for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I would really like, have Vic Mignogna?
No.
Okay, Vic, he is amazing. He is fantastic. So Vic Mignogna was the guy who created that entire place. And he built the replica of the Starship Enterprise just so he could play Captain Kirk in Star Trek Continues, because he always wanted to play Captain Kirk. And so he was like, you know what, that season got, that Captain Kirk, they were canceled after 3 seasons. I want to continue what they did, and I really want to be Captain Kirk. So he built a to the inch replica of the Starship Enterprise and funded the entire TV production just so that he could play Captain Kirk.
I love his passion.
It's so much passion, and he was there giving the tour of the set while I was there. He's really cool. And it would be great if he would like play an admiral. If we could like get him and be like, listen, like an admiral that pops up on screen that gives the mission for the starship. Like we need Vic to like play that. That would be amazing.
And he crowdfunded that?
There was crowdfunding, but it did not cover anything nearly the entire amount. So there was a crowdfunding campaign, but he still spent a few $100,000 out of his own pocket to build the entire set and then create the entire show.
Yeah, I heard of another guy who like recreated the White House in his home. I completely resonate with these types of people. If I had the money, I would do these things.
I know. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, this is it. This is exactly what you would do. So but I mean, it's such an amazing place. So I would really like, have you been following the D&D stuff, the D&D licensing stuff? I have been embroiled in that in the last 2 weeks, and I haven't had time to do a whole lot more. And I wish I did, because like that's what we need to be focused on is our creative stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would really like, because if we could show that we were able to do something really amazing like that, like if we had, like, I was told, don't try to do Star Trek to replicate the 1960s Star Trek. Now, it's a replica of the 1960s set. So we would be on board a Constitution class starship that's a replica of what they had in the 1960s. And I think that also our uniforms should also reflect that time period.
Yeah.
But we don't want the camera work. We don't want the visual to say we're not trying to replicate the 1960s. We're paying homage to the 1960s, right? But we're not trying to replicate the 1960s.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then so if we had some, a few 6-minute videos of the Enterprise where we were doing that, and we said, listen, this is the kind of stuff we can do. This is how good it looks, and it looks great. Then we'd say, all right, now we can go make some trailers to pitch movies and TV shows, because it's relatively inexpensive because the whole set is sitting there. The entire set is sitting there. We got to get together our costumes, but some costumes are also down there. They'll let you rent some costumes.
Oh my goodness.
So if costumes are there and the entire set of the bridge is there, all we have to do is bring the script. We got cinematography to make sure is brilliant. We got the directing to make sure so story, cinematography, camera crew, make sure all that's brilliant. Special effects. I'm really interested in doing some starship battles using actual models. I would love to do that.
Yeah.
Shoot it like we got 3 days. Everybody, we go down there for 3 days. We shoot as much material in 3 days as we possibly can. Because I feel like 2 days is too short. If we all go down to Kingsland, Georgia, from where I am, it takes about 6.5 hours drive. So from Birmingham, we're talking about, a substantial drive, but 1 day drive. We're not talking about like 3 days to get out there. We're talking about, so if we all get down there, I feel like 2 days is not quite enough. If we all get down there and we make the drive from here, I mean, basically we got to drive to the Atlantic seaboard. Yeah. But it's possible. It's a 1 day drive.
This is doable.
It's doable. It's on the edge of doable, but because it is so freaking cool, I feel like we have to do it.
Yeah. I mean, every filmmaker is limited by budget, and the fact that like that is all there already made for us.
Right.
It's just begging to be used.
Exactly. It's begging to be used. And so I feel like if I wrote those scripts, you got to submit the scripts for approval down there, because they make certain that you're adhering to Paramount's fan content policies, because they don't want to be shut down. I mean, it's a big operation. When you drive up, it looks just like this warehouse. You're like, where am I?
Yeah.
But then you walk inside, and then it's the Starship Enterprise.
And you've made sure that it's legal to, like, Paramount's okay with us making a project there that we can monetize or that you can monetize?
As long as Paramount has provided fan Star Trek rules, that here's our governing rules for if you're going to produce a Star Trek fan film, what that means.
Okay.
And so as long as you follow those guidelines, you can go down there and do that. And that's why you've got to submit your scripts to them in advance to make sure that there's nothing in the script that violates the guidelines, because they don't want to be shut down. So nothing can be monetized. Like you can't make money off of it.
Yeah, I knew you couldn't make like a Star Trek fan film with it, but what if you wanted to make something that wasn't explicitly Star Trek with that set? Would that be
Well,
allowed?
I don't know if that would work, because it's very explicitly, I mean, that set, Vic said, I've replicated the Starship Enterprise 1960 sets to the inch.
Yeah.
So,
I know that for people who don't watch Star Trek, they would just see it as a spaceship interior. They wouldn't intuitively think this is the Enterprise.
Well, anybody else who sees it would go, this is the Constitution class starship.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Man, I have so much respect for what Vic did with that. I watched Star Trek Continues, and he even bridged, Star Trek 1, the Star Trek movie.
Yeah.
I mean, he perfectly bridged the Star Trek TV show with the Star Trek 1 movie, because, they've got different uniforms in the Star Trek 1 movie, but starting a few episodes to the end of that episode of the series that he's completing, they start seeing people who are wearing those uniforms, and they're like, wait a minute, are we changing uniforms or something like that? And so when they get to Earth, I mean, they park the Enterprise in the space dock that the Enterprise is being refitted in Star Trek the motion picture.
Man,
I mean, they bridge it perfectly.
Yeah.
And then when Captain Kirk gets off the Enterprise, he accepts his promotion to Admiral and to become the chief of Starfleet operations, exactly his position in Star Trek 1. And then they hand him his uniform, his new uniform. So the last scene of Star Trek Continues, Captain Kirk walks out in the Star Trek 1 motion picture uniform to address the crew.
That's cool.
It's freaking amazing. It's freaking amazing. I think that achievement is one of the achievement of Star Trek Continues. What he did, I've come to the conclusion, is one of the greatest achievements in science fiction, because the fact that you would go back and you would replicate what was in the 1960s, like replicate to the inch, in order to continue a TV show in the 60s, and also write the scripts so that it perfectly bridges the end of a 1960s TV show to the movie. Phenomenal.
The man deserves an award. Period.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can and then he made it available. Like, it's still there. It's run. Like, anybody who wants to come in and make a fan film, as long as you adhere to the Paramount fan film stuff, guidelines, you can show up and you can shoot in the Starship Enterprise. Like, we got to do it. We've got to do it.
It's too close to us. It's too close.
It's so close to us. Right. Yeah. I mean, we're here in Alabama. That is in Georgia. Now, here's the problem. And see, we're already here at January 20th or 21st. Now now it's the 21st. But because of this chaos of the Dungeons and Dragons stuff, but there's no AC in that place.
No AC on the set?
No AC on set.
Okay.
So you can't shoot during the summer, because this place is on the Georgia line close to Florida. So like in the summer, they shut down because they said Nichelle Nichols, who played Uhura, shot her documentary there, and the only time she could do it was during the summer, and it was 115 degrees on set when she was.
Oh, you're in an oven. Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So I'm not interested in doing that. So we either have to, like, that's not happening.
We have to do it this February, or we have to do it
we
like
have to
this
do it
winter.
before, like, March, April, May.
Yeah.
Because like June, July, August is not
happening.
happening. So it either has to be before the summer or after the summer.
Yeah.
So,
Well, don't rush yourself. I know you're hungry to do it, but
I know I'm hungry to do it.
Yeah.
Before the D&D debacle, I was like, oh my God, we got to do it before this summer. But
Yeah.
it may be after the summer, because it's something that we need to, if we do it, then we have to make sure we do it right, so that when people see it, they go, oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah. Give it time to write whatever script you want to write with that. By the end of the summer, you'll have something, and it'll be magic.
So maybe the fall is actually more. I like to try to push things,
but you risk ruining the quality in that case.
But if you push things, if you try to push things, you can sometimes get things done faster than you think. If you don't try to push things, then things never happen. So
this is not going anywhere. This will happen if you want it to happen.
Yeah. Right. So maybe the fall. Brianna and I were talking about moving out to LA.
Yeah.
But that may end up being next year.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to move out there until we have our scripts ready and our all of our pitch material ready, and something like this to show people, yeah, we can make something awesome. So, it's worth waiting to get right, but
yes.
I don't want to wait forever. So maybe the fall, but man. But yeah, so when we cast it, it takes it takes a maximum of 9 people to fully staff the bridge.
Yeah.
Now you can do it with 6 if you want to fully staff the bridge. It takes a maximum of 9 stations, but you can do it with 6 people. So that would be captain, helm, navigations, science officer, communications, and engineering. That would be 6 people who could be seen on camera. But there are 3 other stations on the bridge, so it could take 6 to 9 people. And I think we write it. They've got the bridge, they've got the transporter room, they've got engineering, they've got the conference room, they've got the sick bay, they've got all of those things. But also, we don't need to try to go to everything.
Yeah.
Like, we need to focus on, like, we're trying to shoot in the bridge and engineering. I think the script should be about, like, if there's a battle, we're on the bridge, and then you cut to engineering, because engineering is where things are blowing up, and the engineers are always, they're like, oh my God, what's going on, and not try to do anything beyond that. Like, we're shooting in the bridge and in engineering.
Yeah, makes sense.
But man, it was. I would go back down there for a fan weekend. In fact, if we do that, because I went down there by myself, I couldn't get anybody else to go with me. But I wanted, like, Brianna and Brennan and you or Megan. If I go down there again, it's worth going down there again for a fan weekend just to see it. Because I want Brianna and Brennan to go down there to look at it before we shoot. Because, like, as a technical scouting thing,
Scouting,
like,
yeah.
What is here, so we actually know what's there. And so if we do that, I'll let you know, so you can go down there with us. It was so cool, because I walked in and they were like, have you been here before? And I was like, no, I have not. And they wouldn't let me go. They wouldn't let me move past a certain area, so I wouldn't accidentally see into the set.
Oh, they wanted to.
Right. They were like, if this is your first time here, then don't look through, a partially open door into what's here.
Yeah.
Stay over here, and then we're going to open this up and be amazed. And it was amazing. It was amazing.
This is happening.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of when.
It has to. It has to. because it is just close enough to make it happen. And what are we doing? What are we doing if we don't make something like that happen?
Yeah, the regret is just going to kill you.
The regret would be so huge. I mean, that is a replica of a Constitution class starship from the 1960s and is right there. And I got to have lunch with the guy who owned it.
Yeah, it's such an intimate thing too, being able to talk about it and share stories. You know, you are a part of a legacy of fans that have been on this ship and made their own projects. It's almost spiritual to me, just thinking.
It completely is. It completely.
Yeah.
They've got now when you're actually shooting there, you don't have the sound effects going, because that makes it clear so that when you're shooting, you don't have the sound effects going. But they have speakers up there for when the tours are going, like on these fan appreciation weekends, so that when you walk into engineering, you hear the sounds of the warp core.
Oh man.
And when you walk onto the Enterprise bridge, you hear all of the sounds that you are supposed to hear when you walk onto the bridge.
Oh my gosh.
It's absolutely magical when you are there on a fan. That's why I was like, if I go again, I'm gonna let everybody know, because I went in December, and but it was so magical. I took video. I've still got to edit to put out on YouTube, but it was so magical. My mother was a huge Star Trek fan, and she had the plans of the Starship Enterprise. Actually, hang on, let me grab this. It's sitting right over here. She had this right here, which is the original blueprints of the Starship Enterprise.
Oh man.
And I would pull these out as a kid. I bought this on eBay because this is not the one that my mother had. But I was like, oh my God, what was this that I had? That she had. And so I had to buy it on eBay when I got back, because I remember pulling out the blueprints of the Enterprise.
Oh yeah. That's where imagination grows.
Yes. And in this set of blueprints, it tells you like all of the positions, all the command positions on the bridge. And for a moment, I'm not afraid to admit this, but there were a lot of people there. But for a moment, a lot of people had gone to other locations, after the tour was over. And a lot of people, of course, stayed around the bridge to take pictures and things like that. But I stayed around a little bit longer because I had nothing else to do. So I was just staying there. And everyone else had left. And for a few seconds, I walked around the bridge of the Enterprise, hearing all of the sounds and remembering, like, looking at the blueprints in the living room.
Wow.
About what station was engineering and what was tactical and what was supposed to be that. And I heard all of the sounds, and I was like feeling the chairs.
I would have
cried.
cried.
Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's real.
Yeah.
It was
That's
so
too much.
amazing.
That's too much. I wonder if Vic has that blueprint you have there. I wonder if he used it to some degree for making it.
I wonder. I do wonder that. I didn't get to ask him that, but if I go back, I will ask him that again, because he said that what he had replicated was so what he said he replicated was a to the inch replica of the set. So he didn't replicate the Enterprise. He replicated the 1960s set.
That makes sense. So he would mostly be consulting photos of the set, obviously, just footage from the show.
Right. Yeah. And like he was saying that the way because I was expecting him to say something like that as well, but he said the way that he did it was by referencing actually images of the set from like the TV show. And he said that sometimes you find items on set that are a known dimension. And then if you know that known dimension, then you can reconstruct everything else. And so he was, for instance, what does that mean? That like the panels down the hallway of the Enterprise, like the corridor of the Enterprise.
Yeah.
They were 4x8 sheets of plywood.
Wow. It's just plywood.
Right. And so every single, like, so when they're walking down and there are these panels, they're 4x8 sheets of plywood. So you can go buy a 4x8 sheet of plywood.
Yeah, not
And
hard.
then he was like, because I know that is a 4x8 sheet of plywood, I was able to reconstruct the entire dimensions of the set because I can see things on camera that I know exactly, oh, that's 4 feet long.
Yeah.
This is clearly we've gotten far afield from the cultist, but that's okay. The transporter room. The transporter room, the discs, that you stand on.
Yeah.
He was saying that disc that you stand on is a specific type of lens that was for a specific type of light that was readily available in the 1960s. So it was some type of major, like, it's big. It's a wide thing that you can stand on, but it's a particular, the lens of some particular light, and they could get it to it because they were like being thrown away or something like that. So they had a bunch of them. So that's why they're like 8 of them that you can stand on. But they're extremely expensive today because it's extremely rare to find one of those particular lights in 2023.
Yeah.
But he found one of them. There was somebody who had like that exact light. And he said, "Hey, can I borrow that?" And then he took the lens off of it, and then they made molds of it. And then
there should be a documentary just about him making this.
There should be. Yeah, I know there should be. If there's not already him describing this, I mean, there should be. But then
that would be a Cannes Film Festival winner. I just feel it. Yeah,
it would be. But so like for instance, so he cast that exact thing and made a mold of it and then cast it. So it's not. They're not all like, but they're exact replicas of the exact lens that was used to make the transporter room.
I would have never known where to start with that. The fact that he was even able to figure out what exact type of light it was, I can't imagine the research. I mean, he must have been determined. He must have been like going to Reddit, going to Star Trek forums, like the type of research you would have to do
everywhere.
Yeah.
There's a particular type of switch that is everywhere on board the Enterprise.
Yeah.
That's like a rocker switch.
Mm-hmm.
That was just like insanely cheap because it was everywhere in the 1960s. I mean, it's ridiculous. That's part of the charm of it. That like it's a future, 300 years from now, Starship, but it looks like the 1960s. Right?
Yeah, it's a 60s inspired future. It's a very specific look.
And so, like the rocker switches that are just all over. I mean, on the captain's chair, all over the Enterprise, there are like thousands of these switches. They were just dirt cheap in the 60s because they were just like everywhere. So that's what was used like everywhere on the Enterprise. But now you can't find it.
Yeah, it's outdated.
He found that switch, like 2 or 3 of those switches, in order to make molds of, and then cast that switch.
And then make more of them. Oh, wow.
Right. So that switch he cast, and that's what's all over the Enterprise. Like that exact rocker switch.
Was the original switch made out of plastic or metal?
Yeah,
like
some kind of plastic switch. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, it's good that it was plastic, so then you can easily. Okay, that's great.
So it looks just like it, but they're like, oh my god, like how do we find these switches? So it's just absolutely incredible, and that's why it's like we have to do something there. We have to do something there.
I have to go now, Heath, but thank you for telling me about that.
Yeah, no. All right. So we've talked about it. So this is Dax, everybody, who plays Rob. So we're going to be doing amazing stuff. We're doing amazing stuff here. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us.
Thank you.
But
have a good night.
We're doing amazing stuff. See you later, Dax. All right. So that was a diatribe on that, but that's what we need to talk about. We got to do something amazing like that. So that's where we're going here. Science officer. Yes. Blue shirt. Science officer. I went there in Command Gold, but we need to make sure that everybody at the right station is, of course, wearing the right stuff. So that was just amazing. If you haven't looked up Neutral Zone Studios, it's amazing. It's amazing. So that's where we're going. You probably, if you watch this, I can't believe I've been going for almost 6 hours here. But if you watch The Cultist, you probably saw the upgrade from season 1 to season 2. It's been a long time since we've shot season 2. We can upgrade from season 2 to season 3, I think, in a big way, because I designed this. My thinking, which I was talking about with Dax, was that I need to be able to pitch TV shows and movies. And a part of that pitch needs to be having trailers that show what our TV shows and movies are all about. Well, I knew that if I started that way, I wasn't, if I just said, hey, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start off trying to make the trailer for Tales of Rabavania, as you see behind me, or Theophany, I'm not going to be happy with it. So I started with The Cultist because I knew that was something that was possible to be done, because it doesn't require being on board a starship or something like that, or extraneous costume, ridiculous costumes or something like that, or ridiculous makeup. That was something we could do and we could learn, and I could have our team learn what to do and then upgrade between season 1 and season 2 or season 3, so that as we come up here, soon, we'll actually be able to do something that we're extremely proud of that can pitch a TV show or a movie. So that's what I was trying to do. Everything I've done here has been as part of a plan to try to get to a specific point. And that's being able to pitch TV TV shows and movies. That's the entire purpose. That's the entire purpose. So I designed everything around that. Stray says, love to see what you guys come up with. Well, stay tuned, right? That's what's going on here. So stay tuned. We will see. So I'm exhausted. Oh, my God. I can't believe it's after midnight. We got the morning grind in the morning. I need to make a morning grind thumbnail, because I think we should do more Pathfinder GM stuff tomorrow. I need to make a thumbnail of that so people see it. But that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So if you're following this channel, yeah, we talk about OGL stuff, but when it's happening, but we're trying to make stuff. We're trying to make stuff in a hardcore way. We got a lot of people who are invested in it. All right. Later, everybody. See you in the morning. Morning grind. See you in the morning. See you in the morning for the morning grind, 9:30 a.m. Central. Have a good evening. Sleep well.